Hello and welcome Europe to the second European AI Forum. My name is Daniel Abou and this is my colleague and co-managing director Vanessa Kahn.
We are welcoming you from the European Commission here in Berlin. We're just a couple of meters from the Brandenburg Gate, which is nicely decorated with Christmas lights by now. And we want to thank the European Commission for hosting our event.
This is the second European AI Forum. The first one took place 6 months ago in Zagreb with the participants of CroAI, the Croatian AI Association, Hub France IA, and the KI-Bundesverband from Germany.
And this time we have 3 more AI associations joining us from all across Europe. We have AI for SI, the Slovenian AI Association, AI Austria, and also AI Bulgaria. Welcome to our family.
And we are very happy and thankful that the European Commission is hosting us here in Berlin. This is a great effort from all the team and all the people who are working here, and we are very thankful for hosting this event. The program today consists of 3 main panels. The first panel is called Strengthening European AI to Compete Worldwide, with Karina Andreeva, Deputy Minister of Science and Education in Bulgaria, Kilian Gross, Head of Unit Technology and System for Digitizing Industry in the European Commission, Christina Simenus, she's State Minister for Digital Strategy and Communication in Hessen, a big state in Germany, Dr. Gregor Stroin. He's the board member and chair of the Council of Europe at the Ad Hoc Committee for Artificial Intelligence, and it will be moderated by Jörg Bienert, the president of the AI Association in Germany, et Gaël Pinzon de Hub France IA.
And our second panel will begin at 12:15. The topic will be a climate-neutral continent, making Europe greener with AI. We are happy to have as our panelists Rita Schwarzlühr-Sutter. She's Parliamentary State Secretary for Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety from Germany. Joining us from Croatia, Tomislav Ćorić. He's Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Croatia. Luciano Floridi, he's Professor of Philosophy and Ethics of Information at the University of Oxford. And then last but not least, Mattia Ciulli, he's CEO and founder of Agrivi.
The third panel is called The State as a First Client, a model to ignite Europe's AI industry, with Lars Zimmermann, Managing Director from Public, Mislav Malenica, CEO and founder of Mindsmith, Christelle Fiorina, she is the Director de Projet Intelligence Artificielle at the direction of the Générale d'Entreprise, and Eva Kaili, member of the European Parliament.
It is the goal of our conference to shape an active, successful and sustainable AI ecosystem here in Europe. And what we think is important is that the brightest minds and forward thinkers decide to found, research and teach in the European Union. So we have to perform an ecosystem that enables that so that we can stand in global competition. And that is why we are very proud that for the first time, 6 European AI associations have come together to write a 7-point plan on how AI should be regulated in the European Union. It is a topic that's very important for us, especially at this moment. The European Commission is currently drafting a proposal on how to regulate AI. And I want to give you a short version of our 7-point plan. I will read them out now. Our first point is AI is one of the key technologies for future innovation, economic growth and welfare. In a globalized economy, Europe must take on a leading role in the research of AI and development of AI applications. Our second point, it is in the nature of AI technology to continuously enhance itself, and any regulation must be flexible enough to not over-regulate and therefore slow down the current and future progress in AI, especially in areas with very little risk of negative impact. Our third point, existing regulation in critical areas such as automotive, healthcare, aviation and transportation should be applied wherever possible. These regulations should be reviewed and, if necessary, updated to include recent technological advancements. Our fourth point, The quality, ethical implications, and regulation of an AI application must be considered in the context of their specific use case. New use cases that are not covered by existing regulations should be classified by their potential risk based on a clear and transparent framework. Only AI systems that bear high risk should be regulated. Our fifth point: decisions made by an AI system only come with a certain measurable accuracy, but barely reaching 100%. The accuracy of human performance should be used as a benchmark to assess the quality of an AI system. Our sixth point: we recommend the adoption of AI sandboxes. The AI sandbox is a virtual environment which every company, researcher, and innovator sets for themselves based on clear guidelines with the goal of allowing creativity and flexibility. And our last, seventh point: following the adoption of a regulatory framework, companies, especially SMEs, will need clear guidelines on how to adopt the new regulations. We ask policymakers to keep in mind that any new regulatory burden is relatively easier and cheaper for large companies to comply with than for small and medium-sized ones.
Thank you, Vanessa. And it's really great that 6 national associations get a 7-point plan and vote for it unanimously, which is quite rare in Europe at the moment. But we are really happy to have the founding mothers and fathers of the European AI Forum with us. Let me say hello to Gaël Pinzon from Hub France IA, to Jörg Bienert from KI Bundesverband, and to our friends in Croatia, Millie Duhan and Jan Stedwill from Crow AI. Gaël, bonjour à Paris, and I wanted to ask you, what do you think about this joint resolution, Gaël?
Bonjour. Well, I think connecting our association, creating this real European ecosystem of AI providers and users, having this dialogue with the European Commission and the government of the member states is, first of all what the European AI Forum is about. And our key points show that creation of project must go before creation of regulation. We regulate many projects of other continents. We have to create our own projects.
Thank you, Gaël. Millie and Jan in Zagreb, hello, and it's really great seeing you all here at the second European AI Forum. The first one, like I said, took place in Zagreb. We came a long way the last 6 months with this paper, don't you think?
Absolutely. I think we can be very proud of everything we've achieved in this short time. I'm really happy to see that the event goes on and is done and produced on such a high level. Daniel and Vanessa, I congratulate you for the stream and the studio. I'm really happy to be here, and Millie, of course, as well. And we welcome the 7 points. I think they're really, really good and really beneficial for all of our future innovation and boosting the growth of AI in Europe.
And I'm really happy that we've proved in the last 6 months that, other than organizing a pan-European policy event on AI, we're also taking this to the next level by submitting our own recommendations to the regulatory framework.
Thank you, Millie, so much, and also for your contribution to this 7 points. Jörg, in the real capital of Germany, in Cologne, I wanted to ask you, you started the German AI Association 2.5 years ago. Now you have a common paper in Europe. Why was it so important to you?
I think that we only in Europe can take measures in order to stay competitive internationally, especially when we look on into what's happening in the US and especially China in regards to AI. So it's not only one country that can take the lead here and can be competitive. We have to join together in Europe, and therefore I'm very, very happy and proud that we are able to establish this joint community of AI associations that is continuously growing and started half a year ago. Now we are 6 associations, and it will increase and become more in the nearer future. And the paper that we published today is just the start for our joint deep collaboration, and I'm very looking forward to the next steps, and congratulate you, Daniel, and the whole Vanessa and the whole team for making such a huge effort to set this event together today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you to all. We all will see you, Jörg and Gael, just in some minutes for the first panel. And Millie and Jan, we are really looking forward to the third panel starting at 2 p.m. With the state as the first client. Thank you all. But we are very happy that beside the panel we have very interesting statements from national governments and the European Commission, and we're especially proud having the Vice President of the European Commission with us, Ms. Dubravka Šuica.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to address your event today, though I would have preferred to do so in person. I appreciate the importance of today's event in the calendar of the German presidency. The founding forum was held on 30th of June, which was the last day of the Croatian presidency of the Council of the European Union, a presidency that fought hard to push forward the agreed agenda and address head-on all the issues associated with managing and recovering from the pandemic. The European Artificial Intelligence Forum is an initiative of national AI associations that aims to set the agenda on how AI is approached in Europe, both in terms of policy and entrepreneurship. With over 700 registrations from 35 countries, the launch was a success. The European AI Forum was founded by national AI associations from Croatia, Germany and France, but is expanding as it already includes Bulgaria, Slovenia and Austria. So this is an audience that is keenly aware of the broad effects of the recent pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis has affected each and every one of us. We see how it is creating unprecedented challenges for our health, our economy, and our social well-being. It has an impact on how we choose to conduct our lives as well as our ways of working together. As we all take measures to stem the infection rate, it is vital that we minimize physical interaction. However, we need to fill that space with other forms of interaction, and while we are all a little tired of online meetings, we must also be grateful that we have this option. This migration to online and teleworking has been a little revolution and has highlighted how technology can provide solutions. Nevertheless, technology can cause both excitement and concern. It has the ability to liberate and to enhance, but it also has the potential to be manipulated and put to malicious use. This is why we need to encourage innovation, but also provide a value context for this to take place. Values are important. Our European values are a crucial part of what holds us together, and we need to apply them also in this context. In fact, perhaps even more so, since there is so much in this new world that needs to be explored and discovered. In this context, we need to harness our technological abilities to ensure that our planet is cleaner and greener. We must invest to ensure that progress is to the benefit of everyone and to ensure our grandchildren's future and their prosperity. Europe is well positioned to exercise global leadership in building alliances around shared values and promoting the ethical use of artificial intelligence. Advanced digital technologies are already shaping the future of Europe's society, and their influence will only grow. Consider the impact of digital technologies on our democracy and democracies around the world. Our democracy must be fit for the future because democracy faces challenges from many angles. We need a comprehensive, multi-pronged approach. An approach that must be driven from grassroots, from the bottom up, and from the top down. That's why from day one, as Vice President of the European Commission responsible for democracy and demography, I have invested all my energy in citizens' engagement and empowerment. Citizen participation at all levels of policy making is part of our response to making our democracy more responsive and more resilient. One of the ways citizens will be empowered to engage with European democracy is through the Conference on the Future of Europe, for which we have designed a multilingual digital deliberative platform, which will be available right from the start. With this platform, we want to reach out to parts of the European Union population that we have not managed to connect with in the past. Certainly, digital technology and artificial intelligence bring substantial benefits to our lives in every sphere. By encouraging STEM programs in schools and universities, we will enable the development of new generations of innovators who will develop advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence. As with any new technology, the artificial intelligence needs to be properly regulated so that Europeans know their data is protected. Therefore, improving access to and the management of data is fundamental. The European Commission is currently working on a regulatory framework that protects but also supports innovation. Given that artificial intelligence affects each one of us in the various spheres of our lives, we need to have a serious debate on how to deal with this technology. We need to develop European artificial intelligence with clear rules and solutions. And this is why today's conference is important. I wish you an inspiring and productive debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Šuica. Especially in this COVID-Corona times, we are really thankful that the German Minister of Health, Jens Spahn, is addressing our forum.
Dear participants of the European AI Forum, our greatest challenge in Europe and all over the world this year has been and still is the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us the need and value of digital health. This became evident, for example, through the implementation of registries to assess the availability of intensive care beds and telemonitoring to reduce burden on hospitals. But the pandemic has also shown us how important and necessary it is to exchange data. Just imagine what would have been possible if we had already had high quality and comparable health data accessible across the EU. What a difference would this have made to outbreak surveillance, vaccine development and the treatment of COVID-19? The Corona Warning app and tracing apps are a good example that exchange of data across borders can work and can make a difference. We have succeeded for the first time to create interoperability and make an exchange of data possible with an EU Gateways server. But health data is not only important for research and tracing apps, but also for the development of AI applications. Usually, the data of one country is not enough to make the AI application robust and secure. Besides the amount of data, quality is also important. Any algorithm is just as good as the data it has been trained on. That is why we should build up training and test data sets within Europe. Currently, algorithms are mostly trained on data collected in other countries outside of Europe. Our claim should be that the companies that program for European patients work with European data. From Europe, for Europe. To make this possible, we need a common understanding on how to access, share and process health data safely and in an ethical, sound manner. After all, in terms of data availability, we could say that even countries like Germany might be too big to fail, but at the same time are too small to shine. We need a European health data space. The EHDS, the European Health Data Space, is the crucial topic during our presidency of the Council of the EU. But what should this space look like? Like a house. That is the image I use. We want to build a virtual European house in which data are used safely and in compliance with data protection requirements. Just as a house has many rooms, our data house will have rooms for different purposes. For researchers, for healthcare professionals, for authorities, and above all, for patients. We want a space governed by rights and values for a fair processing of health data. Beyond that, the European Health Data Space should also become an international model for success in health research, healthcare and for greater competitiveness with regard to China and the US. To make this a reality, we together in Europe will take the first concrete steps. The Commission will propose a legislative act on European health data space in 2021. A joint action with 22 member states works on options on governance, infrastructure, data quality and data solidarity, and empowering citizens with regards to secondary health data use in the EU. The EU provides investments to support the European health data space under the EU for Health programme. And we encourage all relevant actors to develop consistent European codes of conduct for their respective processing situations in order to establish uniform interpretation and application of the GDPR in the respective areas and to facilitate GDPR-compliant cross-border data use in the Union. Let me conclude with a look into the future and a crystal ball. How will healthcare and care delivery look like in 10 years? Medical treatment becomes personal again. An emergency, the patient arrives by ambulance. She's never been there before, and yet the hospital team is well prepared for her. The rescue service's initial assessment of her is compared in the background with her electronic patient record and is available to all those treating her in real time. The necessary hospital admission has already been prepared and the relevant experts are on standby when the ambulance arrives in the emergency room. Her family doctor is telemedically connected via the trauma ward. The MRE and all other necessary examinations have been electronically scheduled. Further examinations are arranged via natural language processing. The treatment plan was tailored to the patient with a digital twin using synthetic data sets. Her room is ready. Thanks to a smart connection with the ambulance, the control center, the electronic patient record, the family doctor, the medical, nursing and administrative hospital staff can adjust to each new patient using smart technology, initiate all steps and provide optimal care, with much more time for communication and interaction with the patients. Personalized medicine in the best sense. I therefore call on member states, I call on the Commission, and I call on stakeholders. Let's work together to develop necessary instruments and governance to set up a functioning European health data space.
Thank you so much, Jens Spahn, Minister of Health in Germany. And we go on to the Minister of Education and Research in Germany, Anja Karliczek.
Lieber Kollege Spahn, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren.
Dear Jens Spahn, ladies and gentlemen, we are facing global competition which is tough and fast. It is therefore important that we in the EU become more technologically sovereign and more resilient. We can only do this together. If we in the EU all work together, we can develop the essential technologies of the future with our own standards. AI is one of these essential technologies. We want AI to be European. An AI that makes people's lives and work easier, that creates added value, that drives progress towards more individual solutions. With the consolidation of our AI competence centers, we are creating real beacons for globally respected AI promotion in Germany. And we also want to use them to strengthen our position in Europe and establish a European AI network. An AI made in Europe should be sustainable AI. We see sustainability as a driver of digital innovation. This is why we are systematically bringing digitization and sustainability together. We use digitization, for example, for better recycling or a more efficient water supply. At the same time, we are concerned that digital technologies themselves are sustainable. We are working on this with green ICT so that data centers use less energy or we use the waste heat from servers. Digital green tech is just one of the many areas in which we want to further expand Europe's technological sovereignty. With Horizon Europe, we want to underscore our claim to become a technologically sovereign continent. And with the AI researchers and innovative companies at our side, we will succeed in doing this.
Thank you so much, Minister Karliczek. And now to the European Parliament. We are very honored that we have the Vice President of the European Parliament with us, Ms. Nicola Beer.
Dear participants, it's a pleasure for me welcoming you to the second European AI Forum. Today, I have been asked to update you on the latest developments in Brussels on artificial intelligence. In February 2020, the European Commission published a white paper on artificial intelligence. We are expecting now the legislative proposal from the European Commission in spring next year. The European Parliament is currently contributing to this debate on a possible legislative framework with several reports and opinions. In the European Parliament's Industry Committee, I am the rapporteur for the opinion on the European Commission's white paper. In my view, the future regulation should raise the claim that Europe wants to be the technological leader and the most innovative region in the world by 2030. It should be our aim to stop the exodus of startups because they do not receive follow-up funding in Europe, but only elsewhere. Therefore, we need to think about smart forms of follow-up funding. We have to find an answer to the question how we can facilitate the investment of more private money into funding of new startups. AI deployment is key to European competitiveness in the digital era, and a common European approach is needed to overcome internal market fragmentation. To avoid creating uncertainty about how these technologies can be used, stakeholders in research, industry, politics and society need a clear and easily comprehensible legislative framework that regulates the use of AI where needed. Existing regulation in critical areas such as automotive, healthcare, finance, aviation, transport should be applied wherever possible. These regulations should be reviewed and, if necessary, updated to include recent technological advancements. New use cases that are not covered by existing regulations should be classified by their potential risk, based on a clear and transparent framework. Only AI systems that bear high risk shall be topic for potential regulation. Our principle should be that the regulation of AI has to be proportional to the risk it is aiming to reduce. Proportionality is key. Access to big data is key for development of AI. Therefore, we need to find new ways how to regulate this access to big data while respecting fundamental rights. We also need to think about further developing data regulation beyond the concept of personal data. Just think about machine-generated data as an industrial good. I am suggesting differentiating AI regulation into use cases. The Commission's proposal should distinguish high-risk AI use cases from non-high-risk use cases. Just think about AI medicine or AI deciding on granting credits to people. For non-high-risk use cases, the Commission should come up with a soft approach. But to be very clear on the wording soft approach, I'm not talking about right empty space. We have existing regulation frameworks already in force, like on product safety, on consumer protection and standardization. The Commission should also distinguish goods and services. For goods with existing regulatory framework, this framework should be applied. For new AI technologies in these products, existing regulation should be reviewed and, if necessary, updated to include recent technological advancements. For services, transparency towards consumers that AI is being used is most important. In any case, we should avoid as much as possible creating new additional administrative burden for this new technology because we can handle it with existing tools. Thank you very much.
Vice President of the European Parliament, Nicola Beer, for those interesting insights in how to regulate artificial intelligence. And I now pass the mic to Gaël Poisson, who will introduce our first panel on strengthening European AI to compete worldwide. We're looking forward to it. Hello, Gaël. I think your microphone is off. We can't hear you so far.
So I'm very glad to introduce this panel. This strengthening European AI is all what the European Forum is about, creating this ecosystem, this very fruitful dialogue with the European and state authorities. I will moderate this panel together with Jörg Bienert. Jörg, you might like to introduce also the main topics of this panel. So I will go on introducing all our panelists. There will be Karina Angelieva, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Bulgaria, Kilian Gross, Head of Unit for Technologies and System for Digitizing Industry in the Director General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology at the European Commission, Christina Cinemus, Hessian State Minister for Digital Strategy and Development in the Hessian State, Gregor Storin, President of the Ad hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence, Council of Europe. Before we dive into the different round of questions, Jörg, do you want to add some additional introductory elements?
Yes, thank you very much, Gael. As we know, these days Europe falls short in providing an equivalent to big US and Chinese tech companies, especially in the area of AI. And on this panel, we want to discuss possible future strategies, incentives, and potential policy making to push a competitive European AI strategy. So we are very happy to have this great round of experts here at the table and want to discuss these topics during the next 60 minutes. And the first question that I have to Mrs. Angelieva, what are you doing in order to establish a strong AI within your country, and how is the cooperation with the EU going on?
Hello, everyone. I'm really honored to be part of this great event and among these starry speakers also now and before this panel. So thank you so much. What we are doing, we are trying to do our best. This is the easy answer. What does it mean, our best? It's very complicated because for reaching this European sovereignty and this competitiveness we are talking about, we need many elements. And they include not only regulations and funding, but they also include infrastructure. So to be honest, for the politicians, it's very difficult to make the balance between investments in infrastructure and in reforms linked to building capacity and skills. So what we are trying to do is basically to network. This is what we are doing as a reform in the research and innovation community, to build a strong network and to use the current capacities while investing in HPC technologies, in artificial intelligence centers of excellences, and last but not least, basically to reshuffle the education and training in universities. But this is not enough. This is the main ingredient in one reform. What we are now starting only to do, and I think this is mirroring all the efforts in the European Union, and we see that it's not enough, is basically to open towards open science and to data. There is a huge amount of data, and we are not ready to explore, and we are still not ready to keep on standards, methodologies, and practices to utilize this data. And here, of course, very much this is a link to the next generation of scientists, of innovators, but also of data scientists. We need to work and to explore and to prepare all this data. So, as I said, it's very important what the Commission pushed last year, the member states, and the zero level, the level zero that we just should have all of us, and from there to start to build is, of course, to have national plans, strategies on artificial intelligence. because one of the most important thing I didn't hear so far from the speakers, of course, is to have the understanding of the society, of the citizens and of the taxpayers at the end of the day. Because we see that unfortunately COVID-19 opened a great possibilities and discussions. What are the challenges and opportunities of AI? And it's amazing. But also we see how much, unfortunately, still we need to work concerning cyber fraud, concerning basically fake news, literacy of people, and of course to tackle the lack of skills. Because at the end of the day, if you want to reach all these great, amazing stories that the Minister of Health of Germany shared with us, what we need behind is the understanding of people, but also resilient education system to produce the next generation of smart kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's switch to Mr. Kilian Groß. What is the role of the European Union in regards of pushing AI and staying competitive in the international play?
Thanks a lot for this question, and as well from my side, a warm welcome to the audience, and thanks for your interest. The European Union has put AI as one of the headline targets. You could see it was already mentioned, the white paper on the 19th of February, and it's quite remarkable because the white paper was published together with our overall digital strategy and together with a data strategy. So it shows already that the first thing we did to achieve the digital decade was to work on AI. So we have a strategy since 2018. We would like to see 20 billion of private and public investments in AI because we need to catch up with China and the US. And we think we have a lot of strong possibilities in Europe. We have good research, we have excellent universities, but we need to step up a gear and we need to bring it to our societies and to our industry. And therefore, in this white paper on the 19th of February, we propose to develop two ecosystems, which in our view go together, an ecosystem of excellence and an ecosystem of trust, because we think these are two sides of the same coin. The ecosystem of excellence is basically a very clear set of measures how we would like to support the uptake and development of AI. And here we have, first, the minister just mentioned it, we have a coordinated plan where we try to put together the national strategies, because we believe that together we can achieve should be coordinated at European level and mutually be reinforced. We have as well, we suggest testing and experimentation facilities where there should be an opportunity for companies to test and practice AI in the real world environment. We will have initiatives on skills, because upskilling and reskilling our workforce, where there is on the one hand side a gap, on the other side there are a lot of concerns, is very important. We will bring AI to our industry, in particular to the small and medium-sized companies with our European Digital Innovation Hubs. So we want to roll out 200 innovation hubs in Europe, which should be access points, in particular for SMEs, to achieve knowledge, to get knowledge on AI. And we would like to mobilize the public sector by an Adopt AI program to do more procurement in AI. And last but not least, we will restart public-private partnership on AI, data and robotics, and we will create centers of excellence. So this is a huge plethora of measures which all go together because they address different aspects of this complex issue. The second ecosystem in this white paper was the ecosystem of trust, the future regulation, to which Nicolas Baer, the Member of Parliament, already referred to. We think this can as well be seen as a support measure, because a technology will only be successful in Europe if it corresponds to our values and is not the uptake is not prevented by public resistance or public concerns. And there are some legitimate concerns and we need to address them. So we want to do this together, support AI and create the conditions for trustworthy AI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groß. Gail, go ahead.
I think Kilian Gross just mentioned the importance of SMEs, small and medium enterprises, in this creation of a strong European ecosystem. And Mrs. Cinemus, I wanted to ask you, how can the EU, the member states and regions support these small and medium enterprises in applying AI? What is your opinion?
First of all, hello everybody. I quickly run over from the plenum here in the ministry, and just today we discuss about financing in the future more and more SMEs. And these are two aspects we as a country, as a small country, want to invest in the future of the SME and the AI. I don't know whether you know it, but there was a survey dealing with these questions. It was a German association which asked the SMEs, what should we do in the future to go forward with these most challenges AE aspects? And the SMEs answers, first of all, we have a kind of a lack of expertise, and second, we have a lack of financial capabilities. And these two aspects are the ones we want to deal in the future. We, as my ministry, goes forward with a program. And this program is called Distral, and there are 50 million euros plus maybe in the future, second part of 40 million euros to especially invest in IE activities and SMEs to, in the future, have these ideas in Hessen. And in the second part, we want to network with the hubs Kilian Grosse already introduced in, with the European hub. So the first step is to have programs who especially try to fill the gap of the financial issues in the future. And the second is really to go forward with expertise. Getting expertise is a second deal where we build up a house of digital transformation. And this house of digital transformation has the idea to bring together the people of the big companies, the medium companies, the startup companies, and the IT networkers. So in this network and in this house of digital transformation, they change their ideas, and therefore the lack can be closed of expertise, and the SMEs can go forward with their hopefully disruptive, innovative ideas.
Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting. Actually, in Région Île-de-France, we have a program for SMEs which has these two aspects you mentioned, financing and expertise, and we hope we will also manage, as you are doing with your program, to have these SMEs go more and more on AI. Perhaps now a question to Mrs. Trojin. Beyond SMEs and considering also other AI providers, AI users, what are you doing to establish a strong European ecosystem? What are your analysis to this question?
Yes, hi, good morning from my side as well. As you know, I am currently the president of the Ad Hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence with the Council of Europe. Council of Europe is a separate international organization from the European Union, but in many ways it is connected to it and it's complementary. Council of Europe includes all the member states of European Union, but in total, it includes 47 member countries, including countries such as Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and it has over 820 million people as part of its population. It's been also home of a number of conventions that eventually resulted in instruments of the European Union. For example, Convention 108 from the 1980s on data protection resulted in GDPR, and it's considered its grandmother. But the difference is the Council of Europe does not have a budget to support governance. It's basically concerned with human rights, rule of law, and democracy. It's trying to prevent violations of human rights, rule of law, and democracy. And also the mandate of the committee that I'm chairing at the moment is to examine the feasibility of a legal framework and its elements for design, development, and application of artificial intelligence in line with the standards on human rights, rule of law, and democracy. So what we are doing right now is examining how artificial intelligence is impacting various fields of our lives. For example, from right to life, on one side, to freedom of expression, right to trial, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, to various democratic institutions such as elections. And we are trying to see how we can address these issues from being detrimental. And just next week, we will be holding a plenary session of our committee. Our committee is consisting of 150 experts from all member states, but also observer countries such as United States, Canada, Israel, Mexico, Japan, and the Holy See. We have a number of international organizations on board, civil society, and also representatives of the industry. We're going to examine if our feasibility study, which has looked at the risks, the opportunities, the existing instruments, and possible legal instruments that could address them, if this feasibility study is acceptable, and if it is, we will move on with elaborating the elements of a legal framework that could address these issues. And in line with the mandate that we have received from the ministers of 47 countries, we will provide recommendations as to what kind of an instrument could be established on the level of Council of Europe by the end of next week. At this point, it is quite likely that a legal binding instrument will be proposed. We have had very strong indications and actually recommendations from Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And I'm looking forward to the discussions next week, and I'm also happy to answer all of your questions that you might have as to this regard today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strorin. This was a very ambitious program and a very rich resource for our European ecosystem. Jörg, I think we have a second round of issues we want to submit to our experts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gail. And I would like to ask Mrs. Angelieva, what's your view on these European initiatives and strategies? From your point of view, are all European countries involved sufficiently? And how is your country managing international, European versus the national initiatives? Is there a strong alignment?
Thank you very much for the provocative question. Yes, I do believe there is alignment, and I welcome the efforts of the Commission because, as I said already in my first intervention, it gave really a push on national level how to take forward all these aspects of artificial intelligence. So I think there is quite a big alignment and collaborative process. What maybe have to be recognized today in this panel is that not everything is up to the European Commission, and we very often somehow in the last years are maybe passive, some member states or some regions or some stakeholders, and they do believe that the recipe for success would just come from the European Commission. Artificial intelligence, as I said, is one area, and the colleague from the Commission also said it. It's with a very different scope and very different layers. We need of expertise, but also of interventions. I hear now how much work we need from the point of view of regulation. But my colleagues also discuss that we need funding, and not only for the SMEs. Basically, we should put much more funding for research. So there are many layers and different stakeholders in this exercise. So we can't leave the whole process only to the Commission or only to the national governments. On the level of alignment of strategies, we have fully, I think, full understanding. But now the big task is how to involve different stakeholders and to create platforms with the participation of academia, business, citizens, also humanities, lawyers, and to discuss what's next as a concrete steps. But here I think the difficult element will be, and here I would expect to work more with the European Commission, is on the transnational aspects. Because this is one area where we are not very often discussing, and this is the full implementation, of course, of the digital single market. It's not full and broad already there. And basically, for me, the artificial intelligence and talking about regulations, this will be very important exercise, how we can scale but also quicker enhance the trans-border, trans-regional, transnational cooperation. This will be very, very important because here if we don't intervene quickly but also smarter, we won't catch up with all those continents and countries we are discussing from the beginning of this seminar, and the States and China and of course other important actors in the field. Because in the end of the day, what we need is not only regulations and funding or to provide more opportunities for SMEs. In the end of the day, we need critical mass, and critical mass won't be reached only with 1-2 leaders in European Union. We will reach critical mass if all over Europe, across Europe, we have potential and we have a layer of a readiness on artificial intelligence in the different aspects we discuss. So that's why I said we need network, we need critical mass, and we need a new ways of cooperating. As I said, not only governments and the Commission, but we have to invite in this network and platform other important stakeholders. We need the understanding also of the citizens and society in all this.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Andrzejeva. You pointed out the importance of citizens, of the territories, the regions, not only the level of the European Commission and the national governments. And this brings me back to a question to Mrs. Cinemus in the land of Hessen. You pointed out the challenges for small and medium enterprises with expertise, financing, but more generally, how do you, in your land, for SMEs, but also for other AI actors, how do you use the initiatives of the European Commission? How do you analyze European frameworks or national frameworks given to your action framework?
Thank you for first of all, I want to react to Karina Angelevia. I think what is really on the long term where we should go for in Europe is our own way on digitalization and implementing KI and SMEs and the whole economy and research as well. So I think for this, as a general view, we have to fight for, and we have to network for, and we have to discuss for. How want we as the government of Hessen go for it? We, first of all, in every activities we set up, have a view on what is going on Germany's level and what is going on the European level. And after analyzing this in our small department of Europe and International Affairs, where we have own people who look on this, then we reflect what's going on in Europe and try to combine this with our activities. So this is a kind of being comprehensive and not being parallel activities. And how do we do this? First of all, we say we want to invest in research programs as the European, as Europe do it as well, and we founded therefore here in Hessen an own center of AI. And we put 38 million in this AI center to establish this new institute, including 13 universities, and these has to work together with the KI activities on German level and with the European KI AI activities. Therefore, you have this, I would say, three-step initiative: Hessen, Germany, Europe, and back. That is one initiative we bring on the way to fund in research, to fund in AI. And as I already point out, secondly, we have the support program which concentrates on the innovative and disruptive initiatives in AI in the SMEs. And this is coming along with the idea of the European hubs. So you say on the European area, we want to initiate this European hubs, and we, in building up a new ministry, have the chance to directly make our concepts which concludes or which interacts with the European idea. And maybe the third thing I want to mention is that we have an initiative that's called Smart Region, and in this Smart Region initiative, we act as well with the European level together with the DG Connect, and therefore we always look on the broad vision we have. Europe has to lead the way on digitalization, and therefore we have to build up a network of politicians, of the society, and of the research and the economies. And this is something we go for and we have to go for in Europe.
Thank you very much. You showed very precisely the articulation of the different levels of programming and regulation on AI, and how you, on the regional basis in Hessen, you are putting this together to make an effective, very concrete program for AI. But now I must nevertheless ask Mr. Sturgeon, is this enough? We always hear about Europe falling behind in AI, not being able to make it. What shall we do? Will we succeed with such programs, very ambitious programs as were just described? Or what was missing during recent years? What is your opinion to this motto we very often hear about, that Europe will anyway not be able to make it in AI? Is it true? Is it false?
I think you are still on mute,
yeah.
Mr. Sturgeon.
Oh, I apologize. Is it better? Can you hear me?
Yes, now
okay. So I just wanted to reply to this, that the last decade of technological advances and integration of the society with social media especially brought to attention the new term with an acronym of FOMO, fear of missing out. And I think this is also something that we have to be careful when we're trying to compete with the rest of the world in artificial intelligence. Europe is in a special position It has a very good level of knowledge. It has a relatively stable and equal society. And we are between two separate sides, between the East and the West, if you allow me to simplify. And the recent situation with the pandemic has shown that we can be very quick to try to implement some solutions that might not be in line with what we are about, that could support also non-democratic principles. There are players that are very much willing to sell Trojan horses, for example, or even Danaian gifts, in terms that technology that allows remote facial recognition or that promises unfeasible solutions, for example, with contact tracing and establishing the health risk levels in the pandemic. We need to be careful that we maintain the quality of our lives. And I liked some of the points that Mrs. Angelieva pointed out. We need to build our infrastructure to have an equal and balanced playing field. We need to build on our education, which is already good, but we need to use it in a focused direction. And this is where I think both the national governments and the European Commission have a role to play in terms of establishing what are the real problems that are addressing and are the problems that we're facing and are suitable to the European society, and that make us diverse from the rest of the world so that we follow our own path. And we need to ensure that the way how we solve the problem is inclusive, that includes all parts of the society, and that we're not focusing only on solutions that are seen as potential by the scientists or politicians. I think we need to work further on our current inclusiveness and just increase it. And this is also where we will, at the level of the CAHAI and Council of Europe, propose some of the solutions on the principles that need to be followed by national governments if they want to adhere to their already existing obligations of protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strodin. Mr. Groß, you already covered a little bit of the activities and the measures that you undertake in the European Union. Can you describe this a little bit more in detail, and especially where are the limits of these tools and the activities? And where are you relying on activities from other players, corporates, SMEs, and research institutes, and others?
Thanks a lot. This is a very pertinent question. And I think some other speakers mentioned that already. This is, of course, that AI has a lot of layers. And I would like to connect to this, because what we're doing in the Commission is not only what I just described, these actions from the connected plan, but it's part, of course, of an overall digital policy, because AI doesn't function in isolation. So the key for us to support this is the data policy, because without data, you cannot have a successful AI. That's why we published together with the AI white paper our data strategy, and we are very active on the data economy. We had now, just in November, adopted the proposal for a Data Governance Act, and we will have another legislative proposal for data next year. We will have, under the Digital Europe program, we will try to create digital data spaces. Minister Spahn mentioned that already. The digital data space for health is one of them. So I think this is first. So we need to see this as part of a system. So we need the data. We need to boost the data economy if we want to have AI. Second, we need the computing capacity. Here as well, the Commission does a lot. We have in Euro HPC on high performance computing. So we try to support that. We have high performance computer centers in Europe. We invest there, and I think this is another key technology we need for AI. And then, of course, we have the different actions which I described on AI. And here it is very clear. We want to achieve 20 billion private public investments, and the Commission will try to mobilize 1 billion. So we will have, under this multi-annual financial framework, we will have we have Horizon Europe, but we have as well for the first time the Digital Europe program as a capacity building program where we can finance hubs, testing beds, and the data spaces. So we do a lot, but 19 billion has then to come from the member states and from the companies. And that's why we do this private-public partnership, and we try to mobilize private and money and as well member state money. And here I would like to highlight to a real game changer, which is in our view the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The 750 billion which the Union will put at the disposal of member states to get out of the corona crisis. You have heard all, I think, today in the news that now we are, thanks to the German presidency, I think it's fair to say we are quite close to a solution, and we are now much more optimistic than yesterday that the European Council today will finally agree on the package. And that would allow 20% of these 750 billion should be spent on digital, not on the 750, but on the 678, which are really because 750 is the next generation EU, but from the whole Recovery and Resilience Facility. This brings us to more or less 150 billion investments in digital, and this is really a game changer. When member states have money available, which they could invest into digital projects. And here we think this is really the once upon a time opportunity for member states to come in and to bring our companies to a different level. And a couple of speakers here mentioned already the SMEs, which are clearly the backbone of the European economy. But SMEs are far lagging behind in digitalization. If you read the statistics, it's probably always in the one-digit area percentage-wise on digitalization or how they use AI. So here we can really, with the hubs, but the hubs, we can help them, but we will need as well support from the national side. So through the national promotional banks, through national programs, so that this money is really used for innovation and not just for short-term measures, but to make our economy more competitive and more advanced in high tech. Because if it's one thing we have seen in this COVID crisis is that those companies who have been largely digitalized and who have relied already very much on digital tools, they were much more resilient in the crisis. So if you take it serious that the Recovery and Resilience Facility should help to make our economy more resilient, I think we really need to focus on these future digital technologies, and that could really bring the necessary investment and the boost we really need now on AI. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We now have many themes that have been tackled. The question of having our own model, the question of inclusiveness of AI, the question of data and infrastructure, the question of regulation. And I would like to address this question to Mrs. Cinemas. You presented your very ambitious plan for AI in Hessen, the way you articulate the different policy levels, and perhaps you would want to give some focus point on the themes that were addressed by the other colleague speakers, like precisely inclusiveness, regulation, data, infrastructure. Please.
Thank you very much. I don't want to again raise the points which are already mentioned, because I think it's clear that we need investment in research, we need investment in data space, we need investment in startups. And I want a bit to differentiate between SMEs, startups, and medium-sized companies. Because comparing to what Kilian Gross has said, I think we are in the SMEs. If you go to the smaller companies, only 50% in Germany, for instance, use AI. And I think, therefore, the programs, the European programs, the national programs, are the right direction we have to go, because on the long term, AI is the key of the technology in the 21st century, and we have to invest here to motivate the startups and the SMEs to invest in research and to invest in future. Maybe strengthening this is one point. The other point is, yes, data spaces. We need data spaces, but we need data spaces which can deal with each other. That means interoperationality is important, so that we do not have parallel activities, so that we can interact even on the data space. And the third is, even if we invest in AI, even if we have programs to invest, I think we should not forget all the questions with a lot of society people are struggling with. These are the ethical questions. And I think this is something to have a whole and interdisciplinary view on our future of AI in Europe we have to deal with as well. And knowing this, Hessen has invested in a new center. It's called the Center of Responsible Digitalization. And this has to interact with our Hessen Center of AI. And I think if we see this on a long-term way in investing in process and products and economy, investing in the future of AI in research, investing in data spaces, we also have to invest in the ethical questions in our base of future. Who is Europe, which is the way of Europe, and how we want to go forward with the ethical and society way of AI, and using AI as our innovation technology, our key into the 21st century.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we do have to develop our own model, but this is a question to Mr. Stroji. You mentioned the fear of missing out, the own European model, but very often we see it's quite hard to avoid the dominance of services, AI services from the USA, the large hyperscale companies we all know about, future Chinese services. Some companies say, but in Europe, there's not yet a solution that works. How can we do our business? How can we expand? So what is your opinion to this avoiding this dominance of this hyperscale US, future Chinese companies that are accompanying this digitalization of our economy, which was well described previously? Yes, you need to unmute.
Thank you, Gael. Indeed, the interconnectedness, complexity, transborder nature, and also the hidden nature of AI can all often prevent us from seeing the influences or preventing the influences of other players. But in many ways, we can state that the countries, the states, the public sector has a very strong instrument in its procurement function. But of course, the public sector needs to know what it is buying. So, like I was saying before, we don't want to get snake oil solutions. On one side, the solutions that might not work, on the other, that might do something else, that might do something differently. So there are mechanisms that could be applied to prevent negative effects and to stimulate the development in the positive direction. Also, by stimulating the large players to play according to the rules that we desire, and also to provide a better opportunity to local players to design products and systems that are adequate to our standards on human rights and way of life. So, especially in the public sector, we have an opportunity to create standards for particular sectors. And when you have standards, you need to operationalize them. And I like what Mrs. Cinemus was saying, that there are ethical questions that are emerging in the society. Some of the ethical questions relate to transparency, explainability of the products, that the products and the systems need to provide fairness, that they need to provide ethical solutions. And we need to ensure how we get those products. And there are solutions from other fields in the past, for example, for pharmaceuticals, that we can apply instruments and mechanisms of certification and quality labeling. We can use human rights impact assessment. We can use audits. We can also use continuous automated monitoring. Actually, we need to use continuous automated, or at least continuous monitoring of the systems, because we know that once the product is put into motion, it can change because of the data that is coming in and because it's learning from new experiences. And we can also use regulatory sandboxes, which means that we have a state sanctions or authority sanctioned regime that applies to a particular sector and provides regulatory support and an agile and safe approach to solving particular problems, but not binding the entire system to that solution. Especially, I would recommend that in terms of spending the money that the state has, that it needs to take into account the development needs of the local companies and of the local sector, that the development of AI systems that requires an agile approach, that it requires a flexible approach, and it's often impossible to assess in advance what the deliverables will be. So when it comes to spending the cohesion money, for example, it's often very difficult to predict a couple of years in advance what the exact deliverable should be. And this prevents the development on many local levels. So these are just a couple of elements that would need to be considered by the governance if we want to have successful regulatory approach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strodin. And I have the next question to Mrs. Angelieva in regards to education. So we know that talent is having enough talent is one of the key success factors to get AI up and running. And therefore, what role does education play in your strategy and your activities? How do you encourage young people, or maybe also in schools, to get educated in technology in general and in IT and AI in special? I think you're still on mute.
Sorry. Another challenging question. Another challenge. I don't know if you're with the same feeling, but we start so clearly to identify challenges, but also possible solutions. But more complicated again is becoming the whole topic on artificial intelligence. And I think at the end of the day, the audience again will be with a lot of food for thought. But I also think the road is not exactly yet clear. That's why, of course, we decided to approach, maybe we basically integrate the same approach as Hessen. As Christina explained, we are also making the same steps towards infrastructure centers of excellence and funding and so on. But we decided also to concentrate on education. That's true. Basically, we prepare an action plan on artificial intelligence and education and research, because we identified after some analytical work that we have a great minds and we have a quite good education and training programs in secondary school, but very often we are losing these talents and minds, and especially to the States. I'm not going a lot to this direction because I don't like comparisons, as also Trojin said. I'm not making comparisons. Who is the best here, and that we should be, beat the States or the China. Europe has enough better priorities or values that we can export and scale up and even diffuse around the world. So I believe in our own capacity. But indeed, there is a problem that especially in the professional education, in the vet system and in the universities, very often we lose these skillful talents to other parts of the world. So there is a huge brain drain in this field. And my initial idea was really to make a concrete plan and to encourage our schools, but also investments and public-private partnership already in from young stage, because we can really enlarge and scale up in few areas where we have blind minds, and basically we have a very well-established schools in mathematics. Scale initiative on a bigger scale level, and to work more with the universities to change and to modernize their curricula, because we identified that there is a kind of a gap and brain drain. Somehow the interdisciplinarity approach and the integration of understanding of AI in different areas in bachelor and master's programs is not yet identified on the way we need, and we need as I said, scale and critical mass, but we also need to shift it quickly. That's why indeed we believe that one of the main pillars in the AI strategy for Bulgaria should be the education. And of course, now during the COVID pandemics, we're talking for health. And I believe and I see that there is a great potential of AI in health, but we also see the disruptiveness in education. And at the end of the day, we see that fortunately there is a lot of opportunities we grasp in education and training, and including using artificial intelligence to trace, to provide support to social disadvantaged groups in education even. But in the same time, we see deepening of inequalities. And we can't afford this because we need much more shift towards next 10 years to have much more % of highly qualified people and professions. So to cut the long story short, we believe that it's very important to become from and to bring the mindset of our kids to become to digital creators, not digital consumers. This is what, of course, every day we tackle as parents also. But in order to have, of course, the digital creators of the future, the education is basic from the beginning of the system. So I don't want to touch on many other aspects that are extremely important because my colleagues cover them. But for me, the modernization of universities, of the curricula, including special preparation of the students and PhDs to work with data and to understand data, to reuse, to utilize data, will be maybe the biggest challenge, but also the biggest barrier if we don't start to work now on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I have a question, maybe a bit provocative question to Mr. Groß. Because when I first read the current EU white paper on AI, it caught my eye that about 4 pages are on how to support the ecosystem, and about 16 pages are about the potential regulation. And as you know, today we have published our take on regulation, and I think this is very important. But as a grand majority of the AI-based applications are not of any high risk, don't you think this is quite an imbalance? And how do you make sure that in the future discussions and the future work on in the EU, we have the right focus also on supporting the ecosystem and the right balance between this support and potential regulation?
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure about the counting. I counted, of course, myself now, but if there are more pages on the future regulation, that should not mean that the future regulation is more important. But we will take up your advice because, as you know, we will come up in the first quarter of next year. Then with the draft, we will follow up on the white paper with the draft proposal for a regulation, and we will have then the revised version of the coordinated plan, and we will then try to have more balance on the pages. But of course, the number of pages does not always indicate the importance. What we think is but of course, I understand the underlying thought of your question, whether we do not run in Europe to over-regulate and whether we do not first regulate and we regulate and others innovate. That's always the old saying or the old criticism in Europe, that we are the first to regulate and the others are the first to invent. We believe in the Commission, and I try to explain this, that AI is a groundbreaking technology. It's essential for the competitiveness of our industry and our undertakings. They will not be competitive without using this technology, but it's essential as well for our society because the COVID crisis has shown research on vaccine, understanding of proteins, all this will not be possible without AI. On the other hand, there are justified concerns because people are scared about certain applications. They are scared that AI could take important decisions influencing their life, for instance, in recruitment. They are scared that they would lose the possibility, as we have them now, to challenge these decisions or to check these decisions, why decisions have been taken. And we cannot completely ignore that, of course, AI has inherent features because it's normally based on past data, so it can perpetuate discrimination or imbalances in a society. For instance, if you use AI in predictive policing, you have to be careful because if you use it on past data, where, for instance, certain social groups or certain neighborhoods have been particularly relevant for crimes, then this can become a self-fulfilling prophecy because if you then send more policemen or policewomen in these areas, you might then again find more crimes, but that might as well be related to the fact that you control more or you have more presence of police. So you need to correct this because these things are important for our people and for our society. And we are convinced as a Commission that a technology will only really gain support and be uptaken in Europe if people can trust it, if they believe. That's why I like more than the expression ethical AI, I like more the expression trustworthy AI. If people can trust the AI, they will use it even for important systems, be it on the safety side or be it on the fundamental rights side. So in the regulation, what we plan is not to regulate all AI. We really would like to look at what is high-risk AI, because we fully agree with you. There's a lot of AI, and probably the overwhelming majority is not of risk. It's about predictive maintenance. It's about optimization of supply chains. It's about gadgets which you have on your mobile phone, which are nice. But if there is a problem, this problem has not normally not a serious repercussion on your life or on your health or on other features. But there are other cases, I try to identify a few, where this might be different. And for these few cases, we think we need clear standards and clear requirements to ensure that this AI is of the highest possible quality and respects our values. This does not mean, and that's perhaps a misunderstanding sometimes in the public, that what we consider as high risk should be prohibited, restricted, taken off the market or something. It just means something which I think is pretty self-evident. The AI systems which we consider are of high risk act in sensitive areas, and therefore they must comply to the highest possible standards. And these we will try to identify with our requirements so that the user can rely on them and knows, okay, if I use this kind of device, I know that this device will normally be accurate, it will respect our values, there will be a human oversight, it will not be biased, there will be no discrimination, and I can trust it. I think that is very important, given the significance these AI systems can have in certain areas. So we think this really goes together. It should not be misunderstood. We will try to make the regulation as user-friendly and as clear as possible, because one concern which we hear very often is legal certainty. We should not have an unclear system where people wonder, do I fall under this definition of AI? Is my system high risk? Is it low risk? Is it perhaps better than to go through the requirements because I might be in a gray zone? We will try to be very clear, and the essential requirements which we will set up should then be underpinned by standards. And then I think it should not be a revolution, because if you use technical systems in sensitive areas, you always have to reply to standards. Our objective is not to be stricter on AI than we are in the analog world. Our sole objective is that when we move from analog to digital, our citizens should have the same level of legal protection. So if I can contest the recruitment decision in the analog world, and I get some reasons why somebody has been chosen and not me, this should be the same in the digital world. And that's what we try to ensure. So I think it should be a proportionate measure which should support the uptake of AI and not prevent it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gross. I think this was a very good summary. And looking at the time, I don't know, we are unfortunately running out of time now. So I think this was a very, very good discussion. And thank you to all participants. Gave us some great insight. And we're very much looking forward to continue this discussion in other formats, bilateral, and to enter into these conversations with you about all the aspects that you have mentioned right now. Gail.
Yes, thank you very much. We had a final question, which was, where will AI be in 10 years? So we will ask you to take the question with you, and at the next European AI Forum, for sure, we will be able to answer it. And as Jörg said, also in between, by all the actions we're going to take together to foster our ecosystems. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Gael. Thank you, Jörg. Thanks to all the panelists from all around Europe coming to this first panel. I thought it was very interesting, and I learned quite something about AI in Europe. Continuing now to Paris with a statement, the State Secretary for Digital Economy, Cédric O.
Dear all, I'm really happy to have the opportunity to take the floor in front of you today for that European Forum on AI, since we all know how important that digital transition is for Europe. And the question that we have to face today, I mean, the convergence between digital transition and environmental transition is key for the future of Europe. Digital technologies, as we all know, are a tremendous lever for innovation, but also for ecological transition. In France, we are betting on putting digital technologies to preserve our environment, to resolve climate issues, and to achieve the convergence of the digital and environmental transitions. The carbon footprint of digital technology is obviously locally growing as the digitalization of our economies and societies are expanding. But we must look beyond that simple analysis. The massive use, for instance, of video conference has certainly saved millions of journeys. Technology helps us in our fight against climate change. From this point of view, the health crisis has considerably expanded the use of digital and AI technologies in a short amount of time. That being said, obviously too, the challenge of decarbonizing digital technology is all the more acute as our use of technology only grows bigger. 3 digital objects shall focus our efforts: consumer equipment, telecommunications network, and data centers. Similarly, with the doubling of the computational capacities required for deep learning each month, the carbon footprint of AI is not negligible. With regard to AI carbon footprint, by the way, we believe in the development of frugal AI that allows algorithms to run with a reduced amount of data, limiting energy and storage capacity requirements. Similarly, embedded AI offers low latency and low power consumption as it is an efficient alternative to cloud infrastructure. Of course, AI needs a very large amount of data and powerful computing capacities to function. But it can also be used for environmental and decarbonization purposes. Indeed, AI provides many concrete solutions to reduce our impact on the environment, notably by providing concrete means to control energy consumption, optimize the flow of goods, or reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. There are many examples. The forecasting capabilities of AI already make it possible to promote the integration of renewable technologies, as demonstrated by the cooperation between Météo France and the French flagship company Atos for the innovations of the startup world. Computer vision stimulates precision agriculture, limiting the use of pesticides or excess fertilizations. Optimization algorithms promote better control of logistic and mobility flows. Finally, analysis of the building stocks enables the energy renovation of buildings to be planned and their consumption to be better controlled. AI thus finds multiple environmental use for industry, for transport, construction, agriculture, ecosystem preservation, circular economy, etc., etc. It also allows us to better anticipate crises, whether environmental or health related, and thus prepare our adaptation to future climate risks. We must therefore accelerate the development and dissemination of these new uses and environmental application of artificial intelligence. Innovation, obviously, in AI requires data. This is why we support the implementation of data lakes in the sectors of agriculture, waste recycling, logistics, and mobility, which are and will be decisive for the success of our environmental transition. Beautiful projects such as Ag Data Hub or AI Cargo are currently co-financed by the state. The sharing and valorization of data in this field could allow the emergence of innovative projects, creating value and be virtuous for the environment. Finally, let's not forget that in global competition, technological and sovereignty issues are being addressed on a European scale. Europe has a rich ecosystem of companies and research players who can take up the challenge of developing an AI at the service of ecological transition. We must continue our effort to understand the environmental footprint of digital technology and develop research and development to reduce it. This is both a technological and climatic challenge, but also a competitive one. In the international digital battle, the most virtuous company will be able to stand out. I believe that French and European companies have a card to play in this technological field. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Cédrigo à Paris. Und wir gehen jetzt von Paris, now I'm switching too many languages. Now we're going from Paris to Brussels to the European Parliament again with Eva Meidel from the Special Committee of Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation to participate in today's forum. A special thanks to the AI Cluster Bulgaria for representing our country at this outstanding and thought-provoking event. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Eva, and I'm a member of the European Parliament for quite some years already, but not too many, and I have worked extensively in advancing Europe's digital economy. In this house, apart from having the Christmas decoration on, we have worked in advancing the action plan for e-government, in measures to secure our digital infrastructure via the NIS directive, in protecting EU citizens' data via the GDPR, in enabling startups to thrive through easing the crowdfunding possibilities and as well as venture capital. During the next couple of years, we have even a bigger task ahead of us. That is the sustainable and digital recovery of our economies and industries. As a true believer in a way that tech could be used for positive change, I encourage that forums like this one take place not only across EU borders, but also within EU countries. Because we all have a shared goal, and that is to increase the awareness of the benefits that AI, for example, gives to society and economy, and to use AI as a catalyst to the process of digitalization and innovation, where the EU is indeed lagging behind at the moment. The truth is that when we missed already several opportunities when it comes to the digitalization of our economy, we missed, for example, the opportunity created by the previous crisis to change the structure of capital investment in Europe and to increase the share of ICT. We also missed the opportunity of the start of this technological revolution when the main giants were created, when the new services were established. And I think today we have two opportunities at the same time, which we should not miss. The one is created by the economic turbulent times of the current pandemic that is pushing us to change the way the economic model is structured. And the second one is the data and AI breakthroughs that are happening. And this gives us a real chance to be back in the global competition, having in mind that Europe produces big amounts of industrial data, for example. So, understanding and addressing the current challenges faced by businesses will be absolutely key to ensure that Europe realizes this economic potential of AI to its fullest extent. And this is precisely the task of the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Era and Age, which we set up here in the European Parliament. I'm often found to say that institutions and governments have to step up efforts to digitalize themselves. Otherwise, we risk widening the gap between what we have on the market and what are the market needs and what is the response of the regulators. So the topic of this debate, how can the state be the customer to ignite the AI revolution within the EU, it's spot on. I think that with the Next Generation EU Fund, all countries will have to present national plans for advancing their economies. Nowadays, efficiency and effectiveness of economy is underpinned indeed and exactly by digital solutions. So my appeal to you is to be present at those national debates as well, to take part in public consultations, to be active, to reach out to the respective local or national governments, ask for more digital opportunities, present solutions, cooperate with them, either voluntarily or within a contract-based way. And this is, for example, a way forward when change comes from the grassroots. So thank you very much for listening. And I wish a very meaningful and fruitful discussion, one that would deliver results for our regions, for our member states, and for Europe as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva Meidel from the European Parliament, for your input. And we will be present in the national debates like you mentioned. Thank you again. And now we are coming, first of all, we have national governments, we have the European Commission, we have the European Parliament, but for the first time in the history, in the short history of the European AI Forum, we have an organization who's working closely with the United Nations, the IRENA. And IRENA is for the International Renewable Energy Agency. And we are deeply honored that the Director General Francesco La Camera is addressing our forum.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure to be here with you today and share IRENA's perspective on the role of digitalization and artificial intelligence within the broader energy transition context. Tackling the climate emergency will require a concerted efforts to reach global net zero CO2 emissions across all the sectors of the economy by mid-century. Momentum is growing with notable pledges in recent weeks from China, Japan and South Korea, just to mention some in an area that is critical to fight climate change. There are now over 30 countries, plus the EU, with a political commitment to a net zero goal, some of which are written into law. IRENA is working with its global membership on translating this vision into reality. We know that we need to transform the energy system, and we know the contour of a climate-safe future. ARENA's Global Renewable Outlook presents an energy transformation pathway for 2050 to guide decision makers. It highlights that we already have most of the solution required, and the business case of renewables as well as the socioeconomic benefits to facilitate their adoption. Renewables, electrification, and efficiency are key to rapidly delivering the level of decarbonization required, coupled with deep decarbonization of end use and unaccelerated deployment of emerging solutions such as green hydrogen. The energy transition also needs to be smart, with digitalization at its heart. As energy systems become more complex, due in part to the greater share of variable renewables such as solar wind, they require increased intelligence to effectively manage them. Digital advance from AI to the Internet of Things and blockchain technology have a major role to play. Some promising applications for artificial intelligence include, for example, advanced weather forecasting, allowing for more precise estimates of the amounts of variable renewable energy likely to be available in a specific time. This in turn improves system stability and planning. Demand-side management is another area where artificial intelligence has shown great promise. Intelligent solutions to reduce energy use in building are manifold, allowing buildings to participate in energy markets as source of flexible demand. The leadership and commitment of the European Union, as well as members, including Germany, Austria, and many others, in this space is commendable. ARENA will continue to work on the potential of artificial intelligence and how it can support countries in achieving their climate and development objectives. This includes our Innovation Landscape Report and Innovation Briefs, which outline the role of digital technology, including AI, for the energy systems of the future. We will also exchange closely with the private sector and innovators. The platform provided by the European AI Forum to enable this exchange is therefore most appreciated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, digital solutions are not silver bullets, but an important part of a toolbox of options to reach our decarbonization goals. As with any emerging technology, there are challenges that need to be carefully considered. But when based on holistic framework and strategies, they can help countries accelerate the energy transition and shape more resilient societies and economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesco La Camera from the International Renewable Energy Agency. And now we are going to a segment with our new friends. As we mentioned, we began the European AI Forum with Hub France IA and Crow AI and the German KI-Verband, and we are so happy that we have 3 new friends with us today. And looking at the screen, I see our friends here, Clemens Wasner from AI Austria, Mitja Trampuc from AI for SAI Slovenia, and Kaloyan Radchev from AI Bulgaria. Hello, everyone. So now we have the classical, you can hear us and all is fine, so the perfect Zoom conversation we have now. Clemens, I wanted to ask you from the Austrian perspective, how important is it that we band together in Europe in the point of artificial intelligence?
I think what was pointed in the speeches before already, I would totally agree with that. In order to reach the critical scale, it's not sufficient that countries go their own way, but that we follow the framework that was laid out by the European Commission and join forces, both when it comes to research partnerships, but especially when it comes to public-private partnerships. I think this is in my opinion, definitely the way to go for the European Union. And yeah, as such, I'm very happy that we are now also on board of the European AI Forum and that we continue grow this community until we reach 27 organizations.
Yeah, that would be very fine if we will get 27. And well, one of the 27 countries in Europe is, of course, Bulgaria. And Kaloyan Radchev is on the board of AI Bulgaria. Kaloyan, my friend, how important is the European gathering, like Clement said, for you? And how is the Bulgarian perspective on artificial intelligence?
I think it's a very important step, and we are very happy to participate, to take part, and also to be active in this very important network. In terms of AI for Bulgaria, I think it's and digitalization as a whole. I think it's a very huge opportunity and a very big step. I think it will be key to connect the regions inside the countries, but also regions and countries within Europe. In my opinion, this connection of the ecosystems will be key to our future.
Thank you so much, Kaloyan. Mitya, you have an interesting year before you because in the second half of 21, Slovenia is taking the presidency of the European Union. So what are you expecting, perhaps preparing? How do you see the chances of development of European AI, especially in Slovenia, a rather small country, but very important for the second half of 21?
Thank you, Daniel, for inviting us. It's a pleasure and honor to take part in this pan-European event. We definitely support these 7 points recommendations. We think actively also took part in preparing them. And of course, this will be a nice starting point for our presidency in the second half of next year. So you've done a great job, and it will be our task to take it further.
Thank you so much, guys. And from our part and also of the part of Hub France IA and Crow AI, we thank you for your contributions. You made this event really worthwhile with your contributions, with your points. And Mitya, if I'm not wrong, in 10 minutes, something like that, yeah, the second panel starts around 12 at around noon with the sustainability. So we see you later. And I thank very much Clemens and Kaloyan for your contribution. And I'm pretty sure that we see each other, hopefully in real life, pretty soon. Bye, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the time, it's now 11:51 Berlin time, and we make a short coffee break. Get a coffee, get a tea, get a snack, and we will be back exactly at noon with the second panel about sustainability. See you at noon. Voll in der Zeit, oder? 8 Sekunden genau. Na dann. Welcome back to our European AI Forum. On each platform you're watching, even on the big American ones, that YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, or on our homepage at the European AI Forum. We're really glad you're back, and we are now on the second part about sustainability. And there we are especially proud that we got the Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, Virginijus Sinkevičius.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this invitation to address the second edition of the forum. You have heard all about the Green Deal and our determination to deliver. It's our solution to a complex situation, a set of interrelated problems: the changing climate, the loss of biodiversity, the reduction of natural resources, and pressures from pollution on nature and on our health. It's a path to a green transition. But that's not the only transition we need. Our future will be digital, as well as green. These technologies are constantly expanding, and they bring challenges as well as good news. Today, I want to focus on the opportunities, and on artificial intelligence in particular. We are talking about a world where computer systems can sense their environment, where they can act in response to programmed objectives. As you know, vast amounts of data are now collected from sensors that reach into every realm of the planet. Satellites from Copernicus provide us with petabytes of raw data on a daily basis. Open source software and algorithms are increasingly available, and massive amounts of data are now being stored. AI discerns patterns that we can't see. It makes predictions more efficiently, and it can recommend better action and better targeted policies. It can help biodiversity researchers to collect image and audio data to answer pressing ecological questions. The same goes for air pollution. AI can identify the sources and predict pollution events. This gives governments an opportunity to optimize their operations and reduce impacts on people and their environment. In complex areas, AI can be an enormous help. It can help farmers to improve the nutrition of their crops while respecting rules to protect the quality of the soils and waters. But AI is rarely an easy solution. Machine learning needs massive amounts of training data. This creates special problems when data is rare, with endangered species, for example. Whatever the quantity, we need to ensure that it is easily available. We need to see data as public good, and to create the enabling environment to make that happen. Too much data is still locked in silos or difficult to access and use. At the Commission, our aim to tackle this with digital strategies in close collaboration with the Member States. We are developing measures to ensure that new technologies like 5G, digital clouds, and high-performance computing can maximize the impact of policy. It means improving governance, frameworks and policy protocols to ensure that digital technologies and AI systems incorporate the health of the natural environment as a fundamental dimension. It means stimulating investment as an incentive for technology development and societal engagement. And it will take ever more collaboration between policymakers, scientists, civil society, technology champions, and investors. We need to keep the communication channels open, and we need to keep bringing these big picture concerns back to the table. I'm sure you will be doing that at this forum, and I look forward to hearing about the results. There will be no Green Deal without a strong digital component. I'm sure you will help us deliver that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Sinkevičius. The next video statement is from a person who should be in the next panel, but on short notice, sadly she couldn't make it, but she was so kind giving us a video statement. Leonore Gwesler is the minister in Austria for climate action, environment, mobility, innovation and technology. What a title. And we are thankful that she is addressing the forum now.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers online, my name is Leonore Gewessler. I am the Austrian Federal Minister for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. Unfortunately, analysis of very large data sets, protection against hazards and threats, to name just a few examples. Fields of application comprise manufacturing, mobility, logistics and communication, infrastructure, energy planning, urban development, monitoring of biodiversity, and many, many more. As you can see, my ministry covers many of the fields mentioned. The combination of innovation and technology with the fields of climate action, environment, energy and mobility allows us to no longer work on these things separately from each other, but as deeply interconnected policy fields. I'm thankful that the setup of my ministry offers the chance for new, fruitful possibilities of cooperation and establishing cross-cutting working groups for topics like AI or circular economy. Let me give you an example, how two different areas of my ministry come together. There is a company in the south of Austria which developed the so-called biometer, a smart beehive. It is an AI tool that counts bees in real time, going out and coming back into the beehive. The AI in this case is even precise enough to be able to differentiate between the bees. If a certain number of bees is not coming back, the bee traffic is out of balance, so to speak. It can be an indicator for pesticides contamination or negative changes in air quality in the surrounding area, as insect health is quite a good indicator for environmental health. This is an example where technology is directly benefiting biodiversity. Another area where climate action and the field of technology are combined is the new Sentinel-6 Earth observation satellite. Austrian companies contributed parts of the satellite via the Austrian share in the Copernicus space program. The mission of the satellite is to measure and chart the rise of the sea level with more precision than ever before. Sentinel-6 will provide information that will help researchers understand how climate change is reshaping coasts and how fast this is happening. Sentinel-6 can provide the data to better understand how sea level rise will affect humanity. This is a great step forward, but there are even more possibilities to come. For example, to measure greenhouse gases more precisely. This will offer the chance to combine different data sets, and by using AI, real predictions and simulations about the Earth system could be made and improved. In giving a more precise answer to the questions, such as how high the rise of the sea level would be under different temperature scenarios, AI can greatly help our efforts in climate mitigation and adaptation. So you can see, AI is a cross-cutting issue with potential implications for a wide range of applications, even outside traditional technology. An analysis of the readiness of the public sector for the use of AI shows that Austria ranks 16th out of 194 positions according to the Government AI Readiness Index. Within the EU, Austria is ranking 8th. We must strive not to lose ground and stay at the top in this field so relevant for the future. In addition to the benefits and technological advantages, we should not forget that there still are risks inherent to the use of these systems and improvements that need to be made. The non-traceability of algorithms and thus the basis of the proposed decisions are still an issue. Traffic accidents involving or caused by autonomous vehicles have so far shown us the limits in the transferability of human brain output to calculating machines. The fact that training of neural networks involves high energy consumption alerts us to possible rebound effects. The question of who owns data and how privacy can be shielded needs special attention, to name just a few. What I want to illustrate is that robotics and AI are likely to have implications affecting economic, cultural, ethical, and legal issues. Opportunities, risks, and even fears need to be addressed. These complex questions cannot be answered by individual disciplines. Therefore, I'm happy that Austria has an interdisciplinary advisory board of scientific experts, both national and international, who follow the developments closely and give recommendations. The main task for my ministry for the coming years is to show and facilitate how AI can make positive contributions to climate protection and a sustainable society. In addition to identifying contaminated sites and assessing and improving air and water quality, autonomous systems are increasingly discussed in agriculture. AI can also be used at different levels for the efficient integration of decentralized renewable energy sources. All of these examples address the ministry's core issues: climate action, sustainability, and energy transition. I'm convinced that the advancing use of technology and our need for climate protection need to go hand in hand. Furthermore, I'm sure that becoming a leader in climate protection and using technology for green changes will make Europe stronger and more resilient economically. Not only our future quality of life, but also our future competitiveness will depend on our ability to confront the biggest crisis of our times, the climate crisis. I want to leave you with these thoughts and wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much, Minister Gewesler. And thank you for our friends at AI Austria for providing this video statement. Now we're coming to the second panel, and this is being moderated by my colleague Vanessa Can and Mitya Trampusch.
Yes, thank you. It's great to be here and speak about one of my favorite topics, because I think it's really the biggest challenges we're facing right now, the topic of climate change. And I think AI really has a big take in this and can provide a huge potential towards solving and combating climate change. So I'm very happy to have many sustainability experts across Europe joining us here today. We're happy to have with us today Mrs. Rita Schwarzlühe-Sutter. She is Parliamentary State Secretary for Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety in the Federal Ministry of Environment here in Germany. Hello, Mrs. Schwarzlühe-Sutter. The first question to you. I think we can't hear you yet, can we? Okay, perfect, we can hear you. Germany is currently leading the presidency in the European Council. What has Germany achieved during this time when it comes to digitalization and sustainability?
Hi, and when we first introduced this topic to the EU member states in the first months of our presidency, the feedback was very, very positive. We felt some had been waiting for someone to put the interplay between digitalization and the environment on the European agenda. And after 5 months of intensive work in the Council, Working Party on the Environment, we now have a final text for the Council conclusions, which we will agree at the Environment Council next week on the 17th of December. The Council conclusions set the tone in a wide range of fields and are intended to welcome important projects of the European Commission. Core projects and proposals include a European data space, a digital product passport, the revision of the Eco-Design Directive, an initiative for climate-neutral data centers by 2030, and a legal framework for sustainable AI. And we have also agreed with our trio partners, Portugal and Slovenia, that they will continue work on this topic in the Council during their respective presidencies. Moreover, this topic is highly important to the European Commission. The Commission has been a strong supporter for us over the past months, and they have already proposed a number of measures and will want to follow our conclusions. So I think our EU presidency was working hard and we have some results which we can show. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So some great steps forward. Mr. Tomislav Čorić, you are Minister of the Economy and Sustainable Development in Croatia. In your office, you are in the ideal position to facilitate a greener and more digital Europe. How are you going to make sure that our planet has a future, and what role does digitalization have to play in this for you?
First of all, hello everybody, and thank you for inviting me for this European AI Forum. I would like to extend my greetings to my colleagues, the EU commissioners, ministers, state secretaries, and other guests. When speaking about our role and the role of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, first of all, I would like to say that the climate change is the greatest challenge facing our planet, and one that has a very strong impact on our socio-economic development and on natural ecosystems, thus seriously threatening the sustainable development of society. On the other hand, the climate system is exceptionally complex, and the existing systems and technologies are not sufficient for predicting climate change. for the precision of assessments, as well as for predicting impacts on social and natural systems. This development of new technologies such as artificial intelligence can help a great deal in this regard, and it is already in application. AI can reveal new perspectives from vast amounts of complex climate simulations generated in the field of climate modeling, for example. This new AI technology will contribute to better preparedness for climate change and potentially identify areas of action that could reverse certain effects of climate change. When speaking about the AI technology in the Republic of Croatia, we are aware that it has a great potential, especially in the area of science and innovation. Of the institutions which the ministry cooperates, the Croatian Meteorological and Hydrological Service, for example, is in the early stages of using artificial intelligence. Their experiences stem from a Will for Wind project that uses AI to improve wind forecast technology in the wind energy management systems, with the aim of improving the management of the electric power system and the operation of wind farms in the Republic of Croatia. Also, the Innovation Center Nikola Tesla has experience with AI and participates in the Advanced and Predictive Agriculture for Climate Change Resilience. On the other hand, a number of companies have already recognized the opportunities and clearly articulated that they have or are ready to develop and commercialize new technologies, with the role of the state being to ensure that the gap between research and commercial application of new technologies is bridged more quickly and smoothly, of course. In this regard, we are ready to promote the development of new technologies because without them, we will not be able to achieve the set goals. The Republic of Croatia can be at the forefront of the changes. We want to be at the forefront of the changes and in the fight against climate change, of course, and development of digital society and economy lead with other European countries by example of our good practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Čorić, for these interesting insights into what you are doing in Croatia. I would like to now turn to Luciano Floridi. He's Professor of Philosophy and Ethics of Information at the University of Oxford. Hello, Mr. Floridi.
Hello. Thank you for the invitation.
Can you tell us a couple words more to your research on sustainability and AI?
Yes, of course. We're looking at what we have already heard, how AI can help better science and better energy. But we're also looking at some of the limits that we need to overcome. Ethical, what we do with this AI when we do better science and better energy, and how much does it consume in doing so. It's a bit of a gambit, if you allow me a chess analogy. We are using energy to produce better energy. That particular balance is what we're working on these days.
Okay, very interesting. And what do you perceive as being the biggest chances when it comes to using AI in combating climate change?
The bigger chances are, I would like to say, several. One, we need to have a systemic approach. It's not one initiative here or another good project there. It's Europe together that has to make a difference and can be done. That is what the European Union is good for, systemic approach. The second one is a win-win situation. We heard about the Green Deal. I like to call it the green and the blue deal. It's the green of all habitats. It's not just nature, but it's also urban environments, digital environments together, and the blue of all technologies. It can be AI, but it's also large data sets, supercomputing. As we know, Europe is at the forefront, mobile phones, platforms, etc. The green and the blue coming together in a European context where legislation is at the forefront of our preoccupations. That is where Europe can lead, I would say, almost easily if we have the good politics behind.
Interesting. I think Mr. Schuli, Mattia Schuli can give us a concrete example on how we can use AI to really combat climate change. Mattia, you are founder and CEO of the Croatian AI startup Agrivi, and as you all know, we are all a platform, a partnership of many entrepreneurship networks, AI associations with entrepreneurs in our network. So can you tell us a bit more about your company and how you're contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals?
Mattia Jules.
Mattia, we can't hear you right now. Can you turn on your microphone? Still not? No, sorry. Yeah, sure. Okay, shall we maybe skip Mattia, come back to you in a second once you have your audio fixed. I'll hand over to Matija Trampus, my colleague from Slovenia. Hi, Matija.
Hello, Vanessa. Thank you very much. I would like to start the second round, and let's start talking about where change is most needed. And I would like to ask Mrs. Schwarzer-Sutter, is agriculture also an area that you see as being important if you want to reach our climate goals?
That was very important. Let's start with the data centers. We need data that are more energy efficient. To do this, we are working to promote the use of the Blue Angel for data centers. That's the label we use in Germany with our ministry. Second, furthermore, it is important to create greater transparency. To this end, a mandatory energy performance certificate should be introduced. We will create a basis for this with a register for data centers. Third, the use of capacities is often suboptimal. We need to address this issue, for instance, with new technologies. Two, we need incentives to increase the use of capacities in data centers as well as the share of renewable energy sources. And we need to focus on intelligent planning, for instance, to use waste heat and integrate it into urban structures. When planning data centers, we should look closely at how waste heat utilization can be taken into account. And we are aware that data centers are key industry of the future and critical infrastructure. And it is important to use that small and medium-sized data centers, which are often owned by Europeans, benefit from this. Climate action and digital sovereignty have to go hand in hand. And the second factor is digital devices and their lifespans. Smartphones and other similar devices are not yet regulated in the EU Eco-Design Directive. This has to change in order to make manufacturers compete for the most environmentally friendly and resource-efficient products. We need rules for better repairability and mandatory software updates so that devices not end in drawers or that they are thrown away after just a short time. And this is why the Council conclusions we are calling on the Commission is to develop or adapt eco-design requirements for ICT systems and electronic devices so that they last longer and can be more easily reused. It is important to amend the Eco-Design Directive so that it can also be applied to technological innovations of the future. This is not just about energy efficiency, but also and above all about longevity. Devices must be designed so that they can be taken apart using conventional tools without destroying devices. And certain spare parts must be available, and updates may not mean that device no longer meets energy use requirements. In addition, we want more recycled material to be integrated into product design to make products longer lasting and more resource efficient. A simple manufacturer's guarantee statement obligation would be effective, and this should show consumers at a glance whether they are buying a product that the manufacturer believes is durable. The third factor which I want to mention is are transmission networks. Transmission networks have to be used more efficient. We have to resolutely press ahead with 5G expansion to swiftly replace older, inefficient mobile frequencies. And this also means that in the expansion of broadband networks, priority should be given to efficient fiber optic networks, and Wi-Fi hotspots should be set up in public places. So you can see these three factors have a very great impact to resource efficiency, energy efficiency, and so we can mitigate greenhouse gases.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schwarzer-Luzuta. I would like to continue with Mr. Floridi. I would like to ask Mr. Floridi if these are also the areas that you see that are the most pressing.
Well, I think the answer has to be yes, but maybe I can qualify it a little bit. Let me give you just two examples of concrete projects. One is a collaboration we have with the Vodafone Institute, and for the sake of transparency, I'm in the advisory board of the Institute, where we're working on AI for climate change, how we can use it to fight climate change, and also the problems we've seen before. Now, what are the costs in this particular fight? Another example is the Oxford Initiative on AI for SDGs, the 17 SDGs, many of which have immense relevance as far as climate change is concerned. These two examples, I think they indicate one important variable which we haven't discussed so far, and that is time. We don't have much time. So what AI can do for us, again, not just in Europe, but I would say particularly in Europe, is to buy us some time to slow down what is a crisis of global measures and existential threat. So if we do what we have heard so far properly, we may not be able to solve the problem, but we might buy ourselves more time to do more to solve the problem. Otherwise, we'll have basically a generation to get out of this climate change immense crisis. So how do we do that? And that's the last point I would like to add. If we look at artificial intelligence as something that is somehow intelligent, like a cat, a dog, a rat, or science fiction like a human, then I think we are on the wrong path. That is not what we need to focus on. Artificial intelligence at large, especially machine learning these days, neural networks, natural language processing, and some robotics, of course, is a way of re-engineering, re-understanding agency. It doesn't matter what is intelligent or not. That is a debate we can leave to, trust me, academics like me. It's agency that we can throw at problems. So from agriculture to logistics, from new business models to much better and greener energy production, that is where that agency can make a difference. Now, agency for climate change, buying us time, that is a strategy that I would like to see for the green and the blue we were discussing so far. That's what we're working on at the moment.
Thank you very much. Very interesting point. Agency for climate change buying us time, definitely. I would like now to ask Mr. Čorić. Croatia is currently drafting a national plan for the development of artificial intelligence. What do you expect from it in point of sustainability? Are there any elements already included?
Yeah, thank you for this question. And it was a good pronunciation, Choric, yes. You can hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, the Republic of Croatia and the Republic of Croatia and the ministry is providing a high standard and continuous support to innovation systems. And of course, the plan you're asking about is one of a kind of this support in order to strengthen the innovation system as much as possible in its own spheres, and especially in financial sustainability through research and development programs in ICT, biotechnology, and green technologies. A large amount of data and high performance computing are an opportunity for increasing the productivity and profitability of enterprises, strengthening competitive advantages and innovation, but also for developing new business services too. Particular attention will be paid to improving the legislative framework, governing the use and privacy of data in order to strengthen opportunities for digital entrepreneurship and ensuring of transparent application and artificial intelligence in the public sector, which is very important for the reform of this public sector in the Republic of Croatia. When speaking about the development of national plan for the development of artificial intelligence, it is in line with the communication from the European Commission on artificial intelligence for Europe and the 2018 European Commission coordinated plan on artificial intelligence, stipulating the member states to adopt strategic planning acts related to the artificial intelligence. The position of the government of Croatia is that we recognize the key importance of promoting the development of and use of artificial intelligence in the Republic of Croatia, especially by increasing investment in this field, improving excellence, application of artificial intelligence, and strengthening cooperation between the industry on one side and the academic community on another side. In order to stimulate this development and use of artificial intelligence, the national plan will set out guidelines and how to prepare for the new European Commission funding program, Digital Europe, as well as the European structural and investment funds, because we find these funds as the main source of funding of these kind of projects. It is known that 37% of resources from the European financial envelope will be directed somehow towards green transition, and over 20% of the EU funds will be directed into digitalization, which is the backbone of future development of artificial intelligence, and we find it the backbone of the future development of the artificial intelligence in the Republic of Croatia. The draft of the national plan was prepared, and the final step focused on the proposal for activities which would be introduced into the draft related especially the new circumstances resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. When we speak about the medium-term vision for the development of artificial intelligence in the Republic of Croatia, we are speaking about the convergence of research, development, and innovation and their application in public and private sector operations. As a Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, I see that Croatia needs to be a country with progress, which has to be done in all economic structures towards new industries based on digitalization on one hand, artificial intelligence on another, and of course competitiveness arising from these two on the third one. When we speak about national development strategy, which is the most important document for the Republic of Croatia in the new decade, in which 2 of 4 development directions place particular emphasis on green and digital transition, transformation, artificial intelligence, and sustainable economy, we see that all documents in the Republic of Croatia are set and our plans are set in order to improve the level of use of artificial intelligence in all parts of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Čorić, for this insight, very valuable. And now I'd like, if you allow me, Vanessa, I would like to introduce Mr. Matija Žulj. He's a founder and CEO of the Croatian AI startup Agrivi. And I would like to immediately ask Mr. Žulj if you can tell us a bit more about your company and how you are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you, Mr. Trampus. Agrivi as a company is an agriculture technology company that builds farm management software, which helps farms to make decisions better, which helps them to mitigate risks during the production process and be fully compliant with the sustainability practices, with the food safety requirements, and in the end, what is very important, to increase their profitability of their crop production from 50 to 100%. So let me try to explain a bit more what is the challenge in farming altogether. So farmers during the year lose 3 times. And first time when they plan activities that they need to do for the season, they do it from the experience, based on experience, based on how they did it previous years, and they don't have know-how how to plan it according to the actual field status, soil status, crop needs, and there are a lot of variables that affect that. Artificial intelligence helps them in decision making, provides clear advices, and helps farmers to make that planning better. The second part is during the production process, and this is where just late crop protection practices take 20 to 40% of yields in Europe, which is very significant loss. And AI guides farmers to do the crop protection timely, to support their decisions when to apply something, in which quantity is easy to apply, and this is the second part where it helps them. So it saves a lot of money, a lot of time, and helps them to be compliant fully with the standards. And the third time when farmers usually lose is when they try to sell crops where all the decisions they made earlier that affected the final product, the product quality, then led to that they don't have the best quality of the product, and they receive lower price. So our company helps farmers to mitigate those risks. It results in really increasing their profitability. But when you take a look at the data that we gather, and this is, I think, important thing to understand, today, we as a company, we have one of the biggest data set for how actually farmers do farming, what practices they apply lead to good yields, what practices lead to bad yields. And when you put AI algorithms on top of that, actually this is something that is that you cannot measure the value. So this is extraordinary value where artificial intelligence can be that AI advisor and guide farmers. So farmers are not data analysts, so we cannot expect to give data to farmers and that they will do decision making. They like to drive tractor, they like to produce, but they don't have that data analyst skills. So AI advisory is what we see the only chance for Europe to not have incremental increase towards the sustainability and helping farmers. We cannot produce that much agronomists that will consult farmers. AI advisory is the only chance to move farming to this sustainable level in a couple of years, not decades.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting story, very valuable. From your entrepreneur, from your perspective, where would you wish more action in the field of AI and sustainability?
Definitely when it comes to the climate change, to the impact of practices to the climate, to our health. I think that these two areas are, from my perspective, something that is extremely important. It is important to understand when you take a look at the Green Deal, and agriculture is a big part of that. It affects almost every pillar that is important for the Green Deal. So the practices on that farmers apply affect our health directly, because we are what we eat in the end. And when we take a look at regenerative agriculture practices that need to be applied, actually farmers don't know how to apply it, what are the decisions they need to do, and we need to push more knowledge through AI to farmers to make all that transition easier. And I think that it is important when it comes to technology altogether. I like to compare it with going to the gym, and I think that's important to understand the mindset. So farmers and other industries, they want to see the immediate value, basically, from the technology. And today, when we speak about farming, farmers are aware that technology really helps them to improve, to make more profit, to be sustainable, but altogether it is about changing habits. And if you compare it with going to the gym, you know that it's healthy for you, but it's hard to start, and it's even harder to maintain. So the same things comes with the application of technologies, and I think that the big support from the entire ecosystem around that to really motivate everybody in the ecosystem to adopt technology is very important.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree that we all should go to the gym more often, for sure. But allow me just one question, if you can answer maybe quickly. How do you see, for example, government support? How should government support entrepreneurs in developing green tech? Croatian government or any other government?
Definitely joint collaborations are important, especially when it comes to bringing technology, financing technology. It is very hard to expect that farmers are the only one in the value chain, not just if we take a look at the ministry, but in the value chain that should take the burden of financing the technology for Green Europe. So this is important that all the stakeholders participate in that, and the role of government is definitely to support both farmers, but to support R&D. That's very important, because we as a company, we are a product company, which means that you need to invest a lot of capital into R&D in the beginning to be able to get to something, to some really good result, especially when it comes to AI. It requires significant investments to get AI algorithms to do the advisory with the accuracy level that is good enough to make it commercial. So financing that R&D is very important as well.
Thank you for that insight. I would like now to hand over to Vanessa to start round 3. Vanessa, please.
Thank you very much for your really interesting insights. I think the example of AgriV shows that AI can really make a positive impact when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to ask Mrs. Schwarzenlohe-Sutter what regulatory steps we need to really put forward so that AI does make a positive contribution. And maybe you can also elaborate on like the negative side effects and how we can get there, so that negative side effects, for example, the energy amount of servers, isn't such a big issue when it comes to AI.
That's really a difficult question, and I think we need an EU legal framework for AI that systematically takes climate action into account. The sustainable development and application of AI must be one of the core components AI made in Europe. I think that should make Europe also more competitive. And to this end, we need a legal framework that, in addition to security, consumer rights, basic rights, explicitly recognizes environmental protection, climate action, as regulatory issues and therefore systematically takes them also into account. And this creates the envisaged link between AI and the European Green Deal. And defining a framework is our job, is the job of the policymakers to ensure that the EU's goals are achieved. And this includes first and foremost sustainability goals, the SDGs, and the targets of the Paris Agreement to achieve that we can reach climate neutrality as soon as possible. These goals and targets are common good, which must be the focus of a technical development like AI. And I think my colleague talked about that it's not only R&D, research and development, it's also that we have to clear the questions to who are the owners of the data and who have the access and easy access, like the farmers. How can we ensure the access to this? And I think this kind of development must never be an end in itself. Establishing reliable rules promotes innovation because they provide assurance, and we will closely follow the related discussion about the European Commission's legislative proposal in the first quarter of the next year, 2021. I'm looking forward, and because I think it's an opportunity during this crisis, also of the COVID crisis, that we have a modernization of our societies and economies. And now if we have pushed this in our EU presidency, and I'm really looking forward to the trio presidency with Portugal and Slovenia.
Thank you, Mrs. Schwarzelöhr-Sutter. Mr. Torres, to you. Maybe adding on what Mrs. Schwarzelöhr-Sutter said in making us more competitive with the green agenda, especially in the field of artificial intelligence, we often see it in like a competition with the USA in the East. Do you think the EU's green agenda will make us more competitive, especially with these countries in mind?
I think that the green agenda is a great chance, especially for the small open economies like Croatia, and that was I think it was the main reason for happiness from my side hearing the new Green Deal presentation in December last year, so a year ago. What is the idea? The idea is that the Green Deal opens let's say the maneuver space for the totally new paradigm of the economic growth of the European continent, and having in mind that it is somehow backed by the digitalization, the circular economy, and of course artificial intelligence as a part of it. I think that in all these areas the European continent can be the first and the forefront of the general growth. So this idea and the new agenda is something which makes us possible, especially with the very big financial envelope, making this happen and enabling us to finance this transformation process, is something what can make European economy much more competitive in comparison to especially China and the United States. So I think that this is a good way. This is the only way. And from the national point of view, I can say that this is something, this new agenda is something which enables Croatia, as I told you, as a small open economy, to make a few steps of economic growth even quicker than the others, bigger economies which are oriented to the traditional industries. In our case, that is not the case.
So sustainability as one of our USPs, that's interesting. Mr. Floridi, maybe a question to you. How can we ensure that AI makes our planet greener?
I think that we had several good suggestions so far. I'd like to perhaps maybe summarize what we said and what is possible around 3 points quickly. One, it has to be good for the environment in a very serious way. Sustainability is the bare minimum. We need to remember. Next time you hear about sustainability, just imagine it's the dentist telling you that your pain will be sustainable. Not exactly the kind of world you want to live in. Sustainable is just the bare threshold. It's where the world is not going downhill. So we need to do more and therefore invest in negative carbon emission. Now, is that possible? Just to lighten up the topic, these days you can produce diamonds by using carbon emission. So maybe, and I said it's a light point, forgive me for this, but also graphene, for example. There's all carbon-based materials that can use carbon emission and regain what carbon is there for something else. This is doable, and that would mean moving towards more than sustainability, but negative carbon emission. The second point, and very quickly, as I know we don't have much time, is it's good for society. It has to be something that reaches that threshold where the difference for everybody, not just the best place people on the right side of the digital divide benefit from. So that AI, environmentally good, but also socially valuable, that is crucial. And finally, very quickly, good for business. I mean, we need to remember that this is not the cherry on top of the cake, but it is the cake. And the last point that I want to clarify precisely this is, imagine developing a European industry that generates green energy, not just consumes green energy. That is moving from the cherry on top of the cake to making a green economy the cake. So the green and the blue are going to be the foundations for the 21st century, for the human project we want to develop in Europe. That seems to me the way forward.
Great summary, Mr. Fluidi. So Mattia, maybe as kind of a conclusion from you from an entrepreneur perspective, what do you see as like the role of entrepreneurs in this whole context of sustainability, and how can AI startups contribute to this?
I think it's often a mistake if you think that entrepreneurs don't think about sustainability. Actually, today, most actions are driven by entrepreneurs. We as a company are directly impacting 12 SDG goals. And this is, so as a company, we really believe that in our DNA, it is to be impact-driven, purpose-driven company. What is very good that new generations are purpose-driven generations. They are aware that they need to take care of the environment. They want to live in a better world, and this is exactly what it's not. Sustainability is not enough. Better world is the agenda. So the role and responsibility of us as entrepreneurs is to think when we make profits, when we deliver our business models all together, that we can deliver them in a long term, in a sustainable, better world way. And this is the message that I want to send to all of the fellows entrepreneurs. You can be really a great entrepreneur while thinking about the better future.
Perfect. And we have two policymakers here in the channel. Maybe you can kind of say in a couple of sentences, what would your wish be from a green tech startup perspective? What would your wish be for government? We can't hear you.
Yeah.
No.
Good. So my wish for Europe in total would be really to consider not just about putting the frameworks, but actually executing as much possible real projects with companies, because if you take a look at the use of technology today in across in the real sector, we can move the agriculture to be sustainable, to be actually climate positive, not just impacting the climate in a negative way in a couple of years. But this is by heavy using of the technology. We need regulatory boundaries actually to motivate all the farmers in Europe to accept technology. Not that this is something whether they want or not. This is the only way we can move forward. So we need a bit push from the regulatory part there so that it becomes mandatory.
Is needed in 2021. Back to you, Mitja, for a final round.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Let's say if you try to visualize a little bit, all of us, I think we have a few minutes, we shall still have time for that. If we meet again in 5 years, what shall have happened until then? Mrs. Schwarzer-Zutter, what is your opinion?
That we have used the opportunity, the chances to shape digitalization very sustainable. And I hope that we have not only with the view to the techniques and to economies, that we have also supported startups, enterprises with social innovations, because we need the comprehensive between the societies in Europe, and therefore I hope we can use out from this COVID crisis also sustainable digitization and social innovations for a better life in Europe.
Thank you. Mr. Čorić, what would be your wish in 5 years? What shall have happened until then?
I think that this what Mattia mentioned in one moment is a good way. On the European level, we need to make, of course, very high goals on one hand, but we have to make the regulatory maneuver space for getting to that level. On one hand, the idea of promoting a green economy is the best possible solution for our continent, and we need to go in that direction. But on the other hand, we need even to be better than the goals are set, because the idea is to make the world not only sustainable and the whole policy mix. The idea is to make it even better for the next generations. The artificial intelligence, digitalization of processes, and of course the green economy context are the best possible way to go that direction for the whole Europe. And I hope that is going to be the way. Our intention is in Croatia is, of course, to be supportive as much as possible on the governmental level to that direction. Of course, all European economies are going to come across some obstacles in getting to a higher level of our SDG paradigm. But on the other hand, we need to insist on this way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Čorić. And Mr. Floridi, I think you can also give us a view of what shall have happened until then, 5 years.
Shall I? It would be wonderful if in 5 years' time we meet again and a very strong, robust European Union has made the green and the blue its main project successfully, and is by then leading by example in the world. Is doing so because it has realized that it is not digital innovation that makes the difference. It's the governance of the digital that makes the difference. It's not what you invent today or tomorrow, because that you can easily buy at any time. It's what you do with that that makes the difference. And finally, allow me to be a bit of a philosopher, that in 5 years' time, we will be in such a position that future generations will look back and say, thank you. We are grateful for what you did. You took the right decisions. You made the right sacrifices. You gained the right advantages. And we are now on the right path towards saving the world and save humanity on this planet. Now, this is a bit ambitious, so fingers crossed.
This is excellent. I like this. It's very optimistic. I really am waiting already for this 5 years to happen. So great insight, a great opinion. Mattia, what would you say to that? Can you add something?
I can only agree. I think that Mr. Floridis said everything. In a 5 years way, I would really like to see that we are not talking about plans, about the regulatory that we have, actually actions that we are leading, showcasing what we have done, how good it is, and that we are really showcasing the first results of the better future.
Excellent. Thank you very much to all of you for this last question. Vanessa, do we have any other questions maybe?
No, unfortunately not from our audience, but I think we've seen so many visions. I'm quite quite full. My head's kind of full with all these ideas that I'm taking away from this panel. So thank you very much for this. It was great fun hearing new insights. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to meeting again in 5 years and hearing if these visions have been or have become true. And I'm very much hoping that we get things on the road in the next few years. I think we still have a road ahead of us. So thank you very much to our panelists. And now we will go into a short lunch break, about half an hour until 1:35. So meet us again back here at 1:35, and then we'll hear our next keynotes, and our panel 3 is coming up. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hello again, dear viewers on all the major platforms that you're seeing us now. We are now welcome back to the second European AI Forum, and we are now at our third and last part. We are really looking forward to panel 3 moderated by Millie and Jan from Crow AI. But first, the Minister of Public Affairs, Boštjan Korenic.
Dear participants of the AI Forum, thank you for taking your time and joining us for this important event on artificial intelligence. AI has boomed in popularity over the past 5 years. This is not to say that AI had no traction before 2015. In fact, Slovenia has been using and developing AI since the early 1970s, mainly in the research community. Recently, Slovenia has also captured some of the world's attention by establishing the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, which is a first-of-its-kind global AI center under the auspices of UNESCO. However, it is not well known that Slovenia also has excellent building blocks for a thriving AI ecosystem. Researchers, which conduct world-class research, high-quality university education in the field of AI, a vibrant startup community, and a rapidly growing number of businesses adopting AI. In order to boost and promote cooperation between stakeholders, the AI for SI initiative was established this year within the Chamber of Commerce of Slovenia. AI for SI is a non-profit think tank and platform that aims to promote, coordinate, and organize efficient knowledge transfer from AI research to implementation in companies and organizations. The initiative also raises awareness of the importance of investment activities related to artificial intelligence in Slovenia for the competitiveness of the Slovenian economy and country in general. The Ministry of Public Administration is responsible for the development of digital society in Slovenia. So currently, we are working on the Digital Slovenia 2027 strategy. On the other hand, the development of a national artificial intelligence strategy for Slovenia is also ongoing. Currently, we are drafting the strategy outlining the various policy initiatives to support Slovenia in increasing its international competitiveness in artificial intelligence. As artificial intelligence is a multidisciplinary field, the working group is taking a holistic perspective towards strategic actions and policies in AI. For the world of politics and civil society, however, the benefits of AI often remain abstract. Today, for example, it is difficult for non-experts to understand that AI technologies and tools play a key role in every aspect of the COVID-19 crisis response. In fact, the technology at times even seems to pose a threat. Increasing dominance of major technology firms, bots that influence opinions on social media. These phenomena make people cautious. With these factors in mind, it is more important than ever to engage with AI in a critical and constructive manner, fostering a lively political discussion with the European public about such important topics that will come to define our future, which is one of the aims of Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU in the second half of next year. Finally, let me announce that Slovenia will host the next European AI Forum in 2021 at similar time as this year, and I invite you all to attend. I am sure that today's forum discussion will be fruitful and full of new insights. At the same time, it will be an opportunity to exchange good practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Boštjan Korenic, the Minister of Public Administration in Slovenia, and we are really looking forward to seeing you in the second half of 2021. Now, back to Vienna, and with our second input from the Austrian government, Margarete Schramberg is the Federal Minister of Digital and Economic Affairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you as Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs of Austria to the second AI Forum. AI is of highly importance for Europe, for Austria, for all the countries that are working together on this topic. There are big challenges ahead, We have competition from the US and from China mainly, and it is a global competition that is driving this type of business. AI can help us in many aspects of our lives. It can make our lives easier. For example, in the healthcare sector, it can help doctors identify cancer. It can help in the field of education. It can help in the field of smart farming or smart production. At the same time as AI can help us in innovation and finding new ways of solving big problems, it is important that we put mankind and human beings in the center of the development of AI. Humans should always be in the center. This is a key and respects the values of Europe. Our values are the cornerstones and the basis for AI development. At the same time, we need to push our businesses, especially our SME businesses, to be able to use AI and at the same time to be able to develop AI solutions. Therefore, we need a common framework across Europe, a framework that is helping us to develop this single digital market and is helping us to promote AI. AI should not be something that we are afraid of, but it should be something that we are using and developing. And the values, our common European values, should be the basis of this. I appreciate that you are participating in this second AI forum, that you are taking the time and putting in all your knowledge. Working together is a key factor to be successful in AI across Europe and around the world. Europe should play an important role, but it should play its own defined role based on our European values.
Thank you so much, Minister Schramberg. And now, before our third panel, we get an input. Our third panel has the issue, the state as the first client. And the input is coming from Bulgaria. And we are very proud. Hello, Vladimir. Vladimir Danilov is here with his input. He is the executive director of the management board at Funds of Funds in Bulgaria. Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join the European Artificial Intelligence Forum. The topic is really interesting, and the transformation that is expected in the further years based on those technology is even more exciting. So thank you very much for the organizers to raise up the topic and to bring us all together. Today, we are discussing the agenda on how AI is approached in Europe, both in terms of policy and entrepreneurship. I believe today we are addressing another question, very important question, how the next wave of frontier technologies like AI we are discussing today, but also IoT, blockchain, high-power computing has the potential to deliver a breakthrough in productivity that Europe needs. We discuss how innovative mindset shall be coherent between and within the public and the private sector, so European companies and products are worthy competition to the ones coming from United States and the Far East. AI is a transformative change technology. Countries and organizations that makes investments to harness the power of AI in proper technology foundation and expert guidance today position themselves for a short and long-term competitive advantages. And of course, conversely, the ones that fail to put an effort in that direction are positioning for non-competitive position. We Europeans are aware that in the last decade, despite its long tradition of inventiveness and talent, Europe and European companies are increasingly challenged by the next generation of frontier technologies. While it seems that we are well placed in some areas that are key in innovation race, such as talent and public sector research, we don't have to neglect the potential of falling behind the others, notably in the amount of frontier tech investments in digital technologies, such as the one that we are discussing today, artificial intelligence, for example. However, with challenges come opportunities. I'm heading closer to the topic today. What can a state or a state fund do in order to support the AI economy, the AI ecosystem in our home countries? In general, many examples are proving that countries could achieve their goals in terms of improving the quality of life and the well-being of their global citizens, and in the same time induce and stimulate the innovative companies and ecosystem by sourcing, buying, developing, investing in solutions produced locally from the local companies. And that approach could apply for AI solutions. First step is the state, the government, or the region to admit the enormous opportunities, the efficiency, the contemporary branding, the scale, the improvements that could be realized or released by using the AI technologies. And next step is the state to create a demand for it. And this is an instant green light and signal for the entrepreneurs and for the businesses to invest in AI. Since the government supports that, business instantly jumps in. Good examples in that directions are national AI strategy to establish a strategic vision and approach to AI and to align capacities, norms, and structures of the relevant actors and ecosystems. Currently, around 50 countries globally already have their AI national strategic approach. 22 of them are from Europe, and European Union alone is developing a common strategic approach for all member states. This is on a national and above national level, and on a subnational level, we have very good examples in Europe from different cities and regions. At least I know a very good example from the city of Vienna. Today the colleagues are with us. Their AI strategy launched 2019, and that served as an inspiration for us in Sofia, because this year we completed the digital transformation strategy of Sofia city, the capital city of Bulgaria, and as a next step, we plan to develop the AI strategic approach. But back to the topic. To summarize in short, in 2 words, states admits the potential benefits for the society, for economy, for competitiveness of a particular country, initiate strategic approach toward the AI, and of course, allocating resources. This is very essential, and that serves as a green light for businesses and innovative ecosystem to invest in AI. Still, here I would like to be more specific. What can a state do in order to support AI economy? 3 major things are identified. First, government as a financier or direct investor. Governments can provide funding to support the development and adoption of emerging technologies, in that case, AI. Some are actively pursuing a number of different funding schemes related to call for projects or pilot tenders. Such schemes include projects within the public sector, as well as private sector, R&D projects, whose outcome may apply to the entire economy. Secondly, governments as a smart buyer or co-developer. Governments can act as a smart buyer or exist solution through innovative procurement procedures or as a co-developer through public-private partnership and other forms of collaboration to build new or tailored solutions. Governments can drive innovation from the demand side by steering the development of new solutions directly towards its needs. And thirdly, but very important, governments as a regulator or rule maker. We all know accelerated innovation cycles of emerging digital technologies call for rethinking the types of policy and regulatory instruments used in their implementation. I believe that in the previous panels that was discussed very broadly. As both an enabler and a user, emerging digital technology, governments are facing the challenge on how to regulate them. From one side, to maximize the innovative potential while minimizing the risks for the end users. Saying that, we can continue to explore a little bit more the regulatory and formations of the governments and add that AI influence governments, but governments influences AI too. As a regulator, developer of a policy, and provider of public services and goods, government is not just a mere user of technology. It can participate in the development of AI by implementing regulations that protect citizens, of course, while encouraging the creative use of technology. It can invest in AI research, sponsoring experimentation and pilot projects. It can foster collaboration with the private sector and with citizens, and to co-create solutions and drive demand for AI. An understanding of AI is therefore critical to helping policymakers and civil servants determine whether this technology can help them advance in their mission. So, Finally, governments have a crucial role to set the direction, to define strategic priorities, to allocate resources, and to make a proper signal to the administration, business, entrepreneurs, and innovators about desired transformation and what we would like to achieve as a society, economy, and well-being. I hope I've been able to set the scene for the panel and to provoke questions that will be answered further. So thank you very much.
Vladimir, thank you. Vladimir, thank you. And just one question, because sadly in Germany we don't get too much news about the artificial intelligence scene in Bulgaria. How would you describe to someone what is happening in Sofia with startups, for example?
Well, I'm very happy that you're asking this question because in 2019, for example, by a research company from the Netherlands, Sofia and Bulgaria, they were promoted as a #1 destination for deep technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., for Southeastern Europe. And their research was based that over 15% of the startups in Sofia in Bulgaria are in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning, which obviously scores better than our peers in the region. So let's say it's very dynamic, the development of artificial intelligence competences. Definitely we need to structure the strategic and the legislative approach. As I said, it's very important the government and the regions and for example also the capital city as the largest city in Bulgaria to give a good example, to give a green signal that well this is our priority. So we in that way induce the business and the entrepreneurs and the innovators to invest more confidently in that way. I'm representing today an organization with the name Fund the Funds. And we are also very engaged to support the startup and innovation ecosystem in Bulgaria. And some of the investments, equity investments that we are following also are in the field of artificial intelligence. So it's very dynamic and we have a good base, but of course we are very determined and motivated to further make it coherent in Bulgaria that AI is a really transformative technology, and it could change how the way administration works, how business works, how efficient we are, and of course what our well-being and the quality of life is going to be tomorrow in Bulgaria and in Europe and globally as a whole. I hope I've been able to give you more.
Yeah, really interesting to hear some insights into the AI ecosystem in Bulgaria. I think to us it's something that we haven't experienced so far and would be great to collaborate there on a more closer basis. In Germany, for example, most of the AI companies are B2B startups, and I think that's something that's very common to the entire European ecosystem. And what we're seeing here is that many are focusing on working together with established companies and helping them through the digital transformation process, but rarely actually we see many of them working together with the state so far, even though the German government has now provided 5 billion euro on working together on the basis of AI. Much of it is going towards research or established companies. Only a few sums of this money is really going to newer companies, younger companies. So what would your advice be also to startups in Germany, but on a more general basis in Europe, if they want to work together with the state?
Well, this is the thing I think I pointed out in my talk earlier. Pretty much the governments, they need to admit that we have huge benefits to release by applying AI in administration, of course, in the systems that facilitate the relationship between the government, the public services, etc., etc. By having this strategic approach, by having this coherent information within the administration that, well, this is a priority, we are going to get a better understanding of what is AI. As the minister from Austria just mentioned before me, that it doesn't bite, it's not a dangerous thing, it's just a technology that is going to make our life easier, and we are going to be more efficient. And once government are more confident with this technology, probably they are going to meet in an easier way with the business. So it should be really more coherent on the government level, and of course the business is going to get that as a very good signal. At least this is how I see it.
Vladimir, thank you so much for your input and answering our question. We're really looking forward cooperating more with you and of course with our friends from AI Bulgaria. I wish you a very pleasant Christmas time and stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you so much for your contribution. And we are jumping from Sofia to Zagreb. Hello, our friends from CrowAI. Hello, Millie. Hello, Jan. How are you doing?
Hello, thank you very much, Daniel. How are you doing?
Thanks. We are quite good. Vanessa and I are.
Exciting day.
It's been an exciting day, and just wanted to tell you that we are really looking forward to your panel, and now with the state as the first client. Perhaps before the panel, you could say what is your experience in Croatia on this subject?
Well, very recently we had a huge upsurge in the interest for AI, not only from, as we have heard from the previous panels, from the politician side, but also very much from the society, from the public. We have enrolled over 12,000 students in the past 15 days in a free online course on the basics of AI called Elements of AI. And we do have an upsurge in startups as well, as we have displayed in our AI ecosystem that we published just a month ago. We see over 70, 80 startups coming up very strong in Croatia. They're all very targeted towards exporting their services and products to the EU, but also globally. And we do believe that Croatia has a huge opportunity in AI that we just can't miss.
And I would say also that I think it's very important for all of us to see what could the states do more to ignite the EU's AI ecosystem.
I would agree completely, and we are really looking forward to your panel there. Just have to say that Ifakali is still not in the stream, just that you know that one is a little bit missing. And with no further ado, I would give the reins, or we would give the reins to our friends in Croatia, to Zagreb, to CrowAI.
Thank you, Daniel. We'll take over from here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Zagreb, and thank you for joining us for the European AI Forum's third panel, The State as the First Client, a model to ignite Europe's AI industry.
Hi, everyone. Over the next hour, our goal will be to explore how can and should member states have a stronger role in stimulating the AI ecosystem.
Similar examples can be found around the globe and have shown us that when trying to become more competitive, countries that turn to its innovators get ahead. But where does the EU stand?
The European Commission's white paper on AI, released in February 2020, identified the potential that AI can bring to improving public sector services across all member states. At the moment, however, European AI R&D is still in a fledgling state, largely due to a lack of critical mass of demand that is needed for the AI industry to flourish.
But before we delve deeper into the topic, let's introduce our esteemed panel. We are very excited to have with us today the following group of specialists.
Miss Eva Kaili is unfortunately not with us yet. I will introduce her, and we hope to have us join her soonly. She's a member of the European Parliament, the chair of the Future of Science and Technology panel, and a member of the Special Committee on AI in a Digital Age.
We have Ms. Christelle Fiorina, coordinator of the AI National Strategy for the Economy at the French Ministry of the Economy and Finance.
Also with us, Lars Zimmermann, the managing director of Public. We'll hear more about what Public does and is in a moment.
From the European Commission's AI team, we welcome Maiki Sipinen, AI Policy Officer at DG Connect.
And last but not least, CrowAI's very own Mislav Malenica, the president of CrowAI and founder and CEO of AI startup Mindsmiths.
So let's dive straight into it. Mr. Timmerman, Public is a company that connects Europe's public sector with startups. So you're kind of in the middle of this relationship. Can you tell us a bit more about how it works?
Well, thanks very much. First of all, thanks for having me. Public is a European company, so Public is based in UK. It has been founded in UK. Now we are working also in Germany, in Denmark, in France, and we are planning also to move into other countries. So it's a pan-European company. We are a venture firm for GovTech. So I'm quite sure you touch the point frequently over the conference that technology in public sector is, of course, not only a very interesting topic for politicians, but is also a huge business opportunity. So the market of GovTech globally right now is about 400 billion each year, and we not even have included the defense sector or the IT sector. So it's the last technological vertical that everyone wants to be in, because we all know governments are spending a lot. So Public is actually trying to capitalize on this, not just to build a business. Of course, we are a business and we are working like a very operational VC. So we select a number of startups each year very, very carefully. So we have a look at a few hundred companies every year from across Europe. So with a clear focus on European tech. And then we invite them to join our portfolio, and then working with them to scale their solutions and products into the public sector. It's a customized approach, so we are not really an accelerator. Some people always say that we are working like an accelerator. The basic model is like an accelerator, but we are really have a very customized program for every startup that we are working with. We help them to get funding from VCs. We help them to build their products more into a public sector driven modus. We help them to scale, of course, and of course we try, and we are successful in that, to get contracts from government organizations, not only a single one, but really, really multi-year long-term contracts. And that is what we could do successfully, not only in Germany, but also in other countries. So we are, and let me finish by that, a bridge builder between the GovTech sector, the technology companies, the startup scene, the investors, and the government on the other hand, because we felt like we need to translate these three worlds, and that works quite well from our point of view.
Great, great. We'd love to hear more about it as the panel goes on. Has Ms. Kaili joined in the meantime? Not yet, I guess. Okay, so let me just jump and ask Ms. Fiorina, from your standpoint, could public sector demand for AI solutions facilitate the growth of Europe's AI ecosystem?
Thank you very much to having invited me to this forum, and good afternoon to everyone. First, yes, I think that the public procurements, and it's a fact, represent 20% of the GDP of EU, and also 50% of the GDP of France. So that significates that it's an opportunity for the GovTech and for the AI ecosystem. In the same time, we know that the public sector has to pursue its digital transformation. This means that in the following years, there will be a great market for innovation, for digitalization, and for AI towards the public administration. But on one hand, we need also to train the public purchasers to buy European solutions. It's a question of sovereignty. It's a question also of security. But we need also to train them on understanding upon what is license, and especially open license towards private licenses. And we need also to train them on intellectual property, especially when we speak about the data. That's one point. And on the other hand, we need also to help the European ecosystem, especially the startups, to become more visible, and to help this European AI ecosystem to propose more integrated solutions, and also to be more present on the market, for example, in the cloud. That is the goal that the French government, and especially the Minister of Economy, set with the creation of AI Village, the first European AI showroom that was planned to take place last March in Paris. Unfortunately, AA Village has been postponed because of the crisis. You know that. But we are currently thinking about how to we are currently thinking about how to recreate this AA village, maybe in another model, in another type, because we think that there is a fundamental need to create this visibility for the AA ecosystem in Europe. And for instance, that AA village that was to be held in Paris in March, many companies, European companies from Netherlands, from Belgium, Luxembourg, Deutschland, and France were to be present on that village. That's why we want to recreate this initiative and to launch this AA village in 2021.
Ms. Violina, thank you so much. You've raised a couple of very interesting points. One is the idea of helping startups become more visible. And also you have brought up the question of data and intellectual property, which is something that we should definitely get to a little bit later. But right now I would like to go to Ms. Sipinen. You're a part of the European Commission's core team for driving a regulatory framework on AI. So someone who is on the inside, could you share with us if the draft framework anticipates a role for member states when it comes to the growth of Europe's AI industry?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. I was especially happy to join this discussion with you today, as of course we talk about AI solutions and all these amazing things that they make possible for public sector, but maybe not so often we remember that it's also the private sector who is joining in to develop these systems together. And as we know, you mentioned the AI white paper already that was published in February 2020 and brought forward the European approach to AI that builds on excellence and builds on trustworthiness. And these two sides of AI are brought together, so without one, the other one can't exist. And of course, always we think that to bring forward this ethical and trustworthy AI, it will only take place to introducing regulation. But it's also good to remember that public sector can be a catalyst of ethical and trustworthy AI also through this public procurement. It's an amazing opportunity to really incentivize and help the private sector also to create new investments and new opportunities in this way. And of course, public sector's needs are taken into account when we are building this new AI regulatory framework that will be also then taken to the next step or published or in first quarter of next year. So looking forward to discussing that more.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to see Ms. Gailey managed to join. A quick question for you straight away. As a founder of the Future Forum in Brussels and chair of the Future of Science and Technology panel, from your perspective, what is the role that member states can play when it comes to stimulating the AI ecosystem across Europe?
Thank you, and also my colleague Biljana Borjan, she's the vice president of S&D, and we've been working closely together and with other colleagues to make sure that AI will have a human-centric approach and it will create a trustworthy environment for the application, but also for the users and the people. I do believe that your initiative is extremely important. The Center for AI that we've built, we launched actually in January. It was an effort to make sure we will coordinate with all the national strategies and member states, and we will make sure we will collaborate also with OECD and big organizations, global organizations like UN and IEEE, in order to prepare the ground for let's say an ethical framework for the standards that we need to use in the applications of AI, in the monitoring of these systems, and the auditing that it's necessary. The problem is that Europe doesn't have the full competency to control it, but we can definitely set the roadmap and make sure we will coordinate the national strategies. So each member state should develop its own priorities, but I believe we need forums like that in order to join forces, not overlap, not duplicate, and make sure we will agree on the common standards, the common principles, and in the end, the rules that we have to follow, not just to build an AI application, but also to monitor it for the life cycle of this system, because it starts as artificial intelligence, but as long as already we have deep machine learning, this means that the algorithm can actually get autonomy and change itself to improve in the results, or even to take decisions if it's embedded in hardware. When you have machines taking autonomy or autonomous decisions, then you understand that this autonomy is lost from the human autonomy. And we definitely need to have a low risk and high risk approach in order to give access to data and make sure that if it's a high risk approach, we will have more security criteria there. This is the legislation we're going to prepare, and hopefully member states will be able to keep the parts and the best practices that they will see, and not to have frictions again in the fragmented market. Because as we saw and realized with the pandemic, we can only work together to address global challenges. AI systems need access to excellent quality of data and data sets, and to have enough amount of data in EU. We can only do that if we have a real digital single market with common standards. And I will finish with an example. ECDC, the European Center of Disease Prevention and Control, that was gathering the data for the pandemic, actually they had access to 80% of our data from hospitals, from media, from governments, but they were collected with different standards. They were not of the same quality, and of course they were not able to be useful for scientists, as they needed to be, let's say, cleared and organized properly in order for everyone to be able to have, to feel it, they have access in good quality of data. And let's say we need also a verification body in each member state to achieve that the data we have, they're actually credible. So we missed an opportunity to work fast together, and this this became a catalyst for us to work very fast into creating a European data governance strategy, the European Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, and a new competition tool in order to translate human rights in the digital era very fast, because we did have the technologies, we knew the potential, but the traditional systems usually resist until there is a need for them to develop. And now the priority is to create new resilient business models. And in this transition, we have to prepare the ground with legal certainty. And we definitely need not just to collaborate, but to exchange best practices from the national level to the European level, and then try to have a global regulatory framework that we will all agree on and will protect also our democratic systems.
Thank you very much. Mislav Malenica. So in addition to being the president, co-founder of CroAI, the Croatian AI Association that gathers entrepreneurs in the field of AI, you also have founded and you act as CEO of an AI startup. And when you hear all of these things, it seems like a lot is being done. We hear a lot about policy, we hear a lot about legislation, putting things in order, standardization of data. As a startup entrepreneur, how does all of that sound to you? And do you see this as the right approach to boosting Europe's AI capabilities or economic growth?
Well, I would say that when I hear this, I would say it's very similar to what we have in Croatia. We have more frameworks that are helping entrepreneurs, that we actually have entrepreneurs. And And I see it as a disconnect, because I don't think that the help we need is in terms of let's give you the legal frameworks even before you know what you'll be doing. I don't think it's you need advice from us how to make it safe. We basically, what we in Europe need as entrepreneurs is clients. And if you have clients, then basically you learn what creates value. You learn how to actually make it in a safe way. You learn how to make it scalable, profitable, and everything else. And I think that right now in the world we have basically three levels of this collaboration between like public sector and private sector. So we have a level where you'll say that these frameworks, they create obstacles and uncertainty. Then you have countries where basically you would say that the government is just not trying to get in the way, but is not maybe actively supporting. And then you have some examples where you would say that the whole country, the government and entrepreneurs are working collectively, basically to build some unfair advantage for their entrepreneurs. And a very good example that I know of is, for example, how China is supporting the autonomous vehicle industry. Basically, they said, look, this is something that will be a big change on a world scale, and we don't want to be the ones who will be importing that technology. We want to be leaders. Maybe they started late, but basically what they are now doing, they're building the whole infrastructure in their cities where you can actually test autonomous vehicles in cities where people really actually live. And that kind of advantage, that kind of framework is something that creates huge advantage. So that's something that you cannot find in Europe. That's something that you cannot find even in US. And companies, even from Europe, are now going to China to actually develop that kind of technology. And that's what I see as an example where basically the government and entrepreneurs are jointly working on being first at something or being best at something. And I think that we are here in a little bit different situation. We are here first trying to build all these frameworks that will help us make things safe, and we don't even know what these things are. So it's very hard to build a framework without actually knowing what good practices are. So and that's the biggest problem that I see right now. So I would say the collaboration is not on a very high level. Right now, we are creating a lot of uncertainty around how this regulatory framework will look like. And as an entrepreneur from European Union, you're constantly thinking, how is this going to end up? And do I need to move my business somewhere else where it's a little bit more predictable? I think that we really should be focused on European core values. That's something that we can export. That's something where we can be really good at, because some other battles we already lost. But it cannot be done in a way that we first create laws and then we see what kind of innovation can be actually created within the walls of these laws. So good laws are usually always coming as like based on some good practices. And right now we first need good practices.
Thank you, Mislav. So I would say that in this sort of first round of this panel, we've heard about scaling, we've heard about data, we've heard about safety, and we've heard about respecting European core values. But if we could go slightly back to the white paper, since this is what most of us are relying on at the moment when it comes to a regulatory framework for AI. In the white paper, it says that it is essential that public administrations, hospitals, utility, transport services, and other areas of public interest rapidly begin to deploy products and services that rely on AI in their activities. Now, while this sounds great, let's try and identify some obstacles that exist at the moment. Mr. Timmerman, what are some of your experiences and what roadblocks have you come across so far in the sort of GovTech sector?
I mean, I think every country is different in Europe, unfortunately. So there's an unfortunate thing that when it comes to GovTech, there is no European Union right now. We have a lot of national governments who try to work on these topics by themselves. Europe has some programs, but I don't really believe that we have made enough efforts to understand that if we really want to compete in the long term with Asia and with the United States, we need to put much more effort in make the European Union really a European market on artificial intelligence. So I doubt right now, unfortunately, that the mindset of the governments we have right now is really driven in that way, because this is some nice talk all the time, but in the end, if you look into the government policies, of course, countries like France or countries like Germany and others, they say, okay, let's think about the national level first before we move to the European level. We want to be the leader within Europe, and then let's see if we can roll it out within the European Union. But to your question, let me give some examples from the German side. So we have 11,000 city governments in Germany. So we are a highly federalized country. And if we want to have a say in the future of artificial intelligence, we need to be able to scale these solutions and products in a broad way. So right now, every city does its own kind of politics when it comes, and the policies when it comes to the use of data. So we don't have a common approach from the northern part of Germany to the most southern part of Germany, where we have this single approach of building data capabilities of the public sector. And I think that is what especially the German government, and I also see this in other European countries, the main question is not putting another fund for startups in place, for another 100 million to build startups. We don't even have that many startups right now. So funding startups and seeing the question of capability building in artificial intelligence is at first not a question of building startups. That's important, but it's the second step. First of all, we need to answer this one single question, and that is, how can we make public sector capable of giving that what every artificial intelligence company needs, and that is data. So as long as the governments across Europe are not even capable of having an infrastructure of making data accessible, again, at broad scale, making data processable at broad scale, we won't be able to compete just on the data side. And that is what strikes me most, because that is what a lot of private companies are just dealing with in a very long term. When I talk to people who come from, the all well-known tech companies that are not from Europe, and unfortunately, a lot of people tell me, look, we just let you guys do your thing in Europe because we don't believe you will make it. And in the end, if the citizens pressure you because they want to have a better healthcare, they want to have more efficient mobility system, sooner or later you will need to be able to reach out to us because you as government are not capable in actually doing it by yourself. And why is that? Because we are not focusing enough on the simple fact, can we make data processable and accessible in a broad scale? That is, by the way, the only way, I think, where governments can actually have a say about what's going to happen with artificial intelligence. If governments don't have the capabilities, and I'm especially saying this for the democratic European Union, if democracies are not capable in providing these infrastructure by themselves, and that is really hard work on a regulation basis, on an IT stack basis, on the technological basis, we won't be able to have a say because we can't set the rules. The rules are set only by these actors who actually make use of artificial intelligence and who can apply the technology. Governments are not capable in doing it so far. And that is, maybe as a last word, that is why I believe that the discussions and the discussion how it goes right now in the German government, but also on the European level, sometimes it feels to me that we are not raising the right questions because we fear the potential answers. So before we have all these committees on ethical issues on artificial intelligence, and again, I think it's very important to talk about these issues, but only someone who's able to work with AI will be able to set the ethical groundwork on that. And as long as Europe, as long as the German government, as long as all the other European governments don't understand the simple fact that we have to build, let's say, a common market for data, the ground basis for every artificial intelligence product. As long as we don't do that, we won't be able to compete in the long term. Maybe really as a last thing, I think the white paper of the European Union, also the AI white paper of the German government, which has been revised a few days ago, a lot of governments say that they need to change the procurement roles, and that is especially one very hot topic also in Germany, which says we need to change the procurement strategy so that government and public sector is able to buy solutions and products from the startup scene. That's of course absolutely right. But again, I come to the strict point: where should these startups have their data from? So if you look at energy data, at the mobility data, at all the data that are owned by city governments when they have government to citizen contacts, as long as we don't make these data accessible, there won't be any companies that are able to actually work on it. So let's focus on the real thing. And that is what I think is the most important barrier that I see in Germany, but also in a lot of other European countries. How can we help governments to actually build the technological capabilities? They can do that with startups, but that is the first thing before doing all the other ones.
So we've now heard that from a German perspective, the question about data accessibility and also the question of procurement are some of the biggest obstacles to a serious AI uptake. Ms. Fiorina, is France looking at reforming its public procurement process? And what are your thoughts about data accessibility for AI startups?
Please turn on your microphone. Madame Fiorina?
I'm sorry. In the national strategy in France, the data is considered as the engine of AI. And as it was reported in the Villani report, the deputy that was at the origin of the national strategy, he said that in Europe, we have many data. The problem is not about the lack of data. The problem is about the fact that data is not shared. Data are owned by a lot of companies, and public administration are not shared. So in that case, there are difficulties for startups to access to the data, and that's the point. Even for public administration, we have to straighten our strategy, having, as it was said by Lars Zimmermann, a strong data strategy in every public administration, having a large and a global data strategy in the public sector in order to provide data to the startups and the European companies that have to develop data. In France, we try to have some call for projects to help that startups to develop technologies with shared data from the public sector, but also from the private sector. Let me just talk about an example. We launched 2 years ago a national program that name is Challenge IA in French, AI Challenge in English. And the aim of that program is to connect large organizations, public and private, but also public one, like hospitals and public administration, for instance, or public national enterprises. With this large organization have to identify an issue to be solved with AI solutions, and then we connect this large organization with startups that are ready to work on it. And then the startups benefit from data sets to develop solutions. This program was launched 2 years ago with 5 million euros over 5 years. And currently we have 20 projects that are ongoing in the program Challenge EA, and at least by 2022, the objective is to have 40 projects ongoing on that. The second example I can tell you is the program, the call for project we launched on the sharing data, mutualisation de données in French. It was launched last year, and the aim of this program is to stimulate the sharing of data within public and private consortia, groupments of data. And we have currently 5 projects ongoing that are sharing data on such a sector like voice boat, health, environment, mobility, security and safety. They are sharing data on big projects. It's about 10 million euro project, and we try to continue and stimulate this call for project, engaging discussions with other groupments of enterprises and public laboratories or public administration, in order to have a real ecosystem of the economy of data, and a real ecosystem sharing the data in order to promote European solutions. At least I would like to say, and that's an answer to Lars Zimmermann, the national French strategy was launched in March 2018, but effectively we have the objective to promote the French technologies of AI in Europe and in the world. But an important point of the strategy, and that was recalled and underlined by Cédric O today, is that our national strategy is connected to the European one. So we are not in concurrence with other member countries. We are currently working with Finland, with Germany, and we try to have a cooperation, because we think that the competition is not within member states. The competition on the global markets within China, towards China and USA. That's why the national strategy in France is really connected with the European one.
Great, this is really, really amazing news. I must admit I haven't been informed about these ongoing projects. I would love to see more about the way the French large corporations and government organizations are collaborating with startups, and I'm glad to hear that you're sharing this knowledge and experience with other EU countries as well. But may I ask, Ms. Sippinen, so the white paper says that the Commission will initiate open and transparent sector dialogues, giving priority to areas like healthcare, rural administrations and public service operators, in order to present an action plan to facilitate development, experimentation and adoption. What can you tell us about this action plan, and does it involve any of the things that we heard so far, like innovative procurement, data, open data pools and such?
Thanks. Indeed, I think this is a good question and topic to build on Christel's intro to the European cooperation with member states. So we have at the Commission, of course, analyzed all the national AI strategies carefully and found out that all of them address public sector AI and discuss how to accelerate it even more. For I think almost 2 years now, we have arranged sharing of best practices among the member states. And now we are taking the next step with this Adopt AI program that was described already in the AI white paper earlier this year. So Adopt AI is all about building a bridge between public and private sector in terms of public sector AI uptake and procurement. So we shouldn't only share these best practices and figure the way forward, discussing between governments, but we should make this discussion to also involve SMEs, startups, and companies who are, in the end, the partners in all this. So in the next months, we are going to organize these sectoral dialogues, because at some point we need to address the sectoral specifics to move forward. And the idea is to have also attendees to the sectoral dialogues from outside, the so-called usual suspects, to get all the fresh ideas and voices to be taken into account when we figure out more permanent structures and way of accelerating this movement. And we are already setting up across Europe European digital innovation hubs. There will be around 200 of them, and these centers will have AI capabilities, tools, and excellence. So hopefully in the future that will be one permanent structure then to build this bridge between public and private sector. So in the future, when we have a company that is willing to offer their services to public sector and somewhere completely different location in the EU, we have public sector actor searching for that service through this European-wide network of digital innovation hubs. Maybe we can make them, two of them, meet and go from there. But yeah, Adopt AI is now accelerating this discussion and building the bridges, but of course, sharing best practices and creating these networks can only take us so far, and also we need investments, we need funding to make this Europe-wide public sector AI uptake happen. And many of you probably are aware of this Next Generation EU, and inside that we have 750 billion Recovery and Resilience Fund, and member states are now working on their recovery and resilience plans and figuring out how to use this money, out of which 20% is earmarked for digital. So hopefully many member states are now thinking to maybe use some of the recovery and resilience funding to actions that will accelerate public sector AI procurement and uptake.
Amazing. So Ms. Kaili is not with us. Would you like to ask something?
Well, I mean, what's interesting to me is that so far we have actually heard quite a number of recommendations on how to move forward. We've heard that that the governments should make data more accessible. We've heard that there should be a focus on public procurement and how to make it more efficient. And we've also heard that Europe is sort of too fragmented for it to have a really strong AI industry. Mislav, what do you think about these points? And the whole idea of the European AI Forum is for it to be a sort of a place where we can create dialogue between policymakers and the startup world. So for you, what are the messages that you want to send through to the European Commission and the European Parliament?
Well, I'll say now something that I don't think any AI scientist or AI engineer would ever say, but it's not about the data. So basically, we don't need access to the data. That's a lie. We need access to problems, because no matter what kind of data you get, we cannot expect companies to actually chew this data, analyze this data, and so on, and then nothing happens. Data is just a tool. And I'm constantly hearing about all the frameworks that are helping standardizing this, standardizing that, and so on. I hear always these things about how we need to give access to data. From my 17 years of experience in AI, there's never a good data training set. There's never a good enough data set that's already there. And even if you get an access to it, nothing will happen. So you need to have an access to a problem. You need to have an access to a client that's actually ready to pay you to find a way how to find a solution. And data will be one of the key components of that solution. But if you don't have access to a problem, basically you have nothing. And it's very hard for me to hear how much time and effort and resources we are focusing on something that I really believe it's a lie that we are telling to ourselves. That if we give access to the data, that we really created fundaments for for AI industry in Europe. We need to find a way how to give access to problems. We have public companies, we have governments that have like huge inefficiencies, and we just don't have an easy way for them to partner with startups, with SMEs, and so on. So this is not happening. And because this is not happening, you cannot create stable businesses that can actually collect some kind of experience, build tools, build products, and then start to export these tools and these products across the globe. So we need, for example, we know that right now we all think that digital medicine and telemedicine will be something big. But if I could ask entrepreneurs from any of the countries in EU, do they have access to this problem? Can they actually experiment? Can they actually test their algorithms? Do they have access to expertise, to medical doctors, to patients, and so on? Everybody will basically say no, not in a standardized way. Sometimes there are exceptions. And that's the key problem. So we need access to these kind of problems. We need to have a support. So in order to try to solve these problems, and if we are successful in solving these problems, we need to be rewarded for it. And as I'm saying, I am thinking about entrepreneurs. And then when we can actually show that we maybe solve this in one country, in one state, then there is an easy way to access other markets. If we just focus on this infrastructure, frameworks, access to the data that's probably of low quality and so on, nothing will happen. That's just a lie that we are telling to ourselves, and we build like huge stories around it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I would just like to ask Ms. Fiorina, so as you had some experiences in having the public sector and also large corporations work with startups, one of the goals of the Adopt AI program is to support public procurement of AI systems and help transform the public procurement process themselves. Was this the case with the initiatives that you just mentioned, or was there some other way? Have you started, as Mislav just put, from the problem side and then invited the startups to come and solve those problems, and then you solved all the tools necessary for do that along the way, like data or anything else, or was it something else?
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, we have different type of programs. We have the call for project for sharing data, and it's addressed notably to the private organization, but also for public and private groupments. But we have also that challenge AI challenge, and the aim of AI challenge is especially for a public organization or a private one to identify an issue, a problem to be solved with AI solutions, and then in the construction of that program, then we find a startup that is open, that is ready to solve the solution. The organization that have the problem give the data to the startup, and they develop an effective solution on that. And that program is financed by the state. And we are trying in the next year to give more money on that program. What I can also quote is that we have also a call for interest only focused on public organization and on AA. And that call for interest is dedicated to the public AA transformation. And today, with that public of interest, we have 20 projects, about 20 projects that are ongoing to help public administration, public operators, or public enterprises to accelerate their AA transformation using the technologies of French and European startups. And it's ongoing, and by 2022 we will have about 30 public organizations that will be ongoing in that process. Speaking about public procurements, effectively, accordingly with the European directive, we set in the French law the possibility to public procurements, to public buyers, to make innovative public procurement. But for the moment, I can say that it doesn't work very well in France because, as I said previously, I think that we have today the need to train the public purchasers. They are not really trained on digital technologies. We have to make an effort on that, and so that we will use maybe easier the innovative public procurement. So on that point, I think the innovative public procurement are not really well used in France for the moment. That's why we try also to focus on call for projects dedicated for public administration to solve problems, but also to share data, because when I speak to companies, especially with startups, they always say me that they suffer of a lack of data, and they suffer in the competition, especially with big digital companies that are not European, as you know. They suffer from this lack of data.
Thank you very much. So we've heard that, as Mislav said, they don't need data, they need problems. But then we also heard that no, they do need data. I'm curious, Mr. Zimmermann, what has been your experience? I mean, you are the sort of the main bridge we can talk to who actually has experience in this field. So how do you think that even a tool like innovative public procurement works? Is this a solution?
Yes and no. So unfortunately, I can't give you a clear yes or a clear no. So I think we are right to say we need problems, but in our experience, a lot of governments and a lot of public administrations, they don't even know what their problems are. So artificial intelligence is a very catchy phrase. Everyone speaks about it. Everyone refers to it. Then if you get into discussions that what can be done with artificial intelligence or machine learning, for example, right? There are not a lot of people in the governments, I guess, maybe on the federal level, but not on the city level or the regional level, who know how actually or what problems could find a much better solution when you use artificial intelligence. So we can make procurement easier, and I argue for that. I said, of course, we need another procurement system. For example, we argue strongly in Germany for have look what happened in France. I think France made a lot of big progress and a huge effort and progress over the last years to change the procurement system. And I'm quite optimistic that the next German government also will work heavily to make it easier for technology solutions to be procured by the government. Right now, the procurement system in Germany, and as I understood in the countries that I know within the European Union, is very much project-driven, right? So you have this framework contracts and you address something for a multi-year thing. But procuring startup-driven tech solutions or technology products is something completely different from the procurement mindset that we developed over the past 50 years, especially in Germany. I'm a strong believer, and that is what I can say from our work, because that is a way how we really help startups doing business development and substantial sales in the public sector. I really believe that supply is driving the demand. Normally, a lot of people say, just have a look to the market and then you develop a product that addresses a problem or a challenge that is actually there on the market. Because a lot of governments don't even know what their problems and their challenges are, they wait for people who not only can address these kind of problems and the issues, but also have the technological solutions ready to capitalize on these issues and to actually make them better. So I'm a strong supporter of reach out to the tech scene and say, look, and that is also how we actually work. We bring startups to a lender government or into the health system, and they say, look, you are working on that operating model for multi years. There's a lot of new opportunity to change that. And then we very often find the fact that a lot of people said, oh yeah, I haven't even thought about that, and I didn't know that this is possible at that low cost, for example. So it's not about just find problems, and I hope you forgive me that I say that. I don't think it's not about just knowing about the problems and the challenges and then everything will become kind of good. No, it's like we need to co-educate the government scene by the technological scene. And that is why we really believe government was never able to build tech. And I don't believe that government, especially in Europe, and let me say that especially for the German government, and I don't want to blame my country here, but I don't believe any government organization is better in building tech than a startup would be. You don't have the people for that. You don't have, the business model thinking for that. So there are a lot of reasons. But the big asset we have in Europe, the big asset we especially have in Germany, but also in all of the rest of the European countries, we have a strong demand side and we have a technology scene that is really desperate for selling their own products and solutions into the government market. And we need to create what I call an innovation partnership between these two areas. It's just not making only government smarter by training sessions or something like that. And it's not just like reaching out to the tech scene and trying to build a product without the market. We need to find a way to facilitate on a large scale how can the tech scene help governments to understand what their challenges really are, and then helping to understand the government what they can do to make it easier for startups to co-develop the solution for it and then actually to scale it. If we make that happen in Europe, I won't doubt any other second that Europe won't be able to make it between the US or the North Americans and the Asian countries. But we need to find a way to bring that together on large scale. And that is what I can't emphasize enough, because right now in Germany, we see a lot of different approaches, but they are too small, right? So the German market is the biggest GovTech market in Europe. And we can do something within Germany. But if we really want to do something at scale, we need to create a European tech product market. And that is, I think, something that is desperately needs to be addressed. And I think we need to change the government policies for that, because right now we are focusing too much in funding startups. We are focusing too much in regulation. It's necessary and an important step, but we should think more about how can we make it more accessible and how can we create this kind of common mindset. And that's the toughest part, because that touches the leadership issue of the political leadership, and that touches the structural issue about how do we organize government in the future to make that easier. We should remind ourselves that, especially in Germany, we try to run the future on an institutional setting, on an institutional political model that comes from the 19th century. And I have doubt that this will work out. I'm not arguing against completely changing it all, but we need, and I think that's the same in other countries, we need to address the fact, are government organizations really capable in reaching out to the tech scene, in building this kind of innovation partnership? For so many years, governments have been, or public administration never had to reach out to the technological scene to actually get pure government services done. And that is changing right now. Right? So the government definitely will change. GovTech will be the next frontier in the future of government. And the question is, what can we do to help governments to open up and to create this kind of innovation partnership?
It's very interesting how earlier on you said that one of the main challenges that the EU market is so fragmented. But I think one thing that most EU countries have in common is that there is this sense that we all need a smarter government. We actually need to educate government officials in order for them to understand the advantages of AI and to actually identify problems.
Although I would add, it's not only by educating the government officials about tech, it's also educating the tech people about government issues and policy issues. And that's
it's a dialogue.
It's a dialogue. That's why the second European Forum here is definitely all about. It's the culture of dialogue. And thank you very much, Mr. Zimmermann. Really, really interesting insights from your side. And I would agree, sometimes also from our experiences, we know most most of the times when you go into organizations and tell them, okay, list us all your problems so we can see how we tackle them, most of them don't even know where to start. And that's maybe the reason why most of the startups say, okay, just give us the data and we'll try to figure something out. Although ideally it would be better if we would have a higher level of understanding of one's problems. Mislav, I want to go back to you at the very end. Hearing to everything that you did right now, seeing France doing some really amazing stuff, exporting these ideas to other EU countries. Would you like to see some of those ideas in Croatia perhaps as well? Do you feel that this is the right way, as you just mentioned, trying to figure out how to do something properly, how to get everyone on board with the government and the tech entrepreneurs, find some really good ways, experiments in one area, and then try to scale them all across the EU?
Well, I would say that we all want the best for all of us, and we have many great ideas, and innovation procurement is actually one of these great ideas. But I would say it was like a premature optimization. So in every state right now, if you see a statistics of adoption of this kind of instrument, you would see that it's really low. And I think that in Croatia, maybe we have like one successful innovation procurement so far. And that's a problem, because we try to optimize instead of actually trying to first actually create an environment where these kind of collaborations are possible. And then after we see what works and what doesn't work, we actually do some standardization. So what I see, or what we can see from the history, if we see, for example, how the whole Silicon Valley was made, it wasn't made that first there was a supply, and then after that we have demand. It was the Department of Defense who said, basically, we want a competitive advantage in the Cold War. Here's enough money. Here are the problems. Please build a solution to these problems. If we see why Israel is so advanced in tech, and especially in cybersecurity, now also in AI, is because the government said we need solutions for these problems. If we see now how China is systematically approaching this problem, it's again, we want to be first in this. Here is the money for solutions in these industries. And in Europe, we are constantly creating frameworks. And we are not creating these frameworks because we see what works. It's before we can start anything, we need to create enormous amount of frameworks, and we are trying to see the future and predict the future, and I just don't think it's possible. So we need to create like a better environment where we can actually make mistakes, and a lot of mistakes, so that we can learn faster. And I think that's the key problem. Right now, we all want to do our best, but basically there's no dialogue. It's two completely opposite sides. We are not empowering public officials that they have budgets where they can experiment, they can actually support something and so on. We are constantly giving them constraints, and these constraints, I don't think that they're working. I'm not saying that we're all not trying. I'm just saying we're also trying to do our best. But I, for example, think that innovation procurement, that's an awesome idea, but it shouldn't be, it's created in a very strict manner. There are no good practices right now. No one feels comfortable like they can actually do something like that. And basically nothing happens. So we need to rethink this. We need to basically to say, if we want to be good in artificial intelligence, we need to admit to ourselves that we don't know how future looks, and we need to be able to empower people to make mistakes. And if they'll feel good when they're making mistakes, and they'll see it as a learning process, something will happen out of it. Right now, we should actually learn from the last 30 years of internet, because if 30 years ago we realized how important internet will be in our lives right now, then maybe a lot of these things we would play differently. Right now we see that we don't have these internet giants in Europe, that we are late with that, and now we know that the next 30 years are the years of artificial intelligence, and we are again making the same mistake. We are just trying to regulate things that we don't know. And that's what's actually pushing out all the innovators, all the entrepreneurs, when they're actually basically thinking, where can I grow my business? where I don't think about the uncertainties of like laws being changed all the time. And then not many of them see Europe as the place where it's easy to build something, to test something, to scale something. And that's what we need to change. So for me, it's all about, can we actually make EU focus more on like, these are the problems we have. I agree with Lars basically when he's saying that we first maybe need to educate them. But if you know that you have a problem with, let's say, chronic patients, you don't need to understand how AI can help. But you can say, if someone helps us manage chronic patients better, there's a reward for that. That's enough. And then because AI is just a tool, data is a tool, AI is a tool, there are other tools. We need access to problems, and we need to empower public officials who can actually give us that access to problems without them being afraid that they'll actually just do something wrong and that it will actually affect their careers.
Thank you very much, Mislav.
And I would say, just sort of going towards a wrap up, we've heard.
Let's end on a high note, shall we? Let's see if all of these struggles that we had here in the EU, everything that the approach and the history of the European way of life has taught us.
European core values.
Absolutely, pushed everything into regulation. We are famous worldwide for our GDPR approach. So do you think, and this is a question we'll go all around, I think, due to all of these difficulties, once we figure out how to work together better from the government side, policy side, entrepreneurial side, is there room for European AI to be recognized as something most valuable, something most human-centric in the world, because it went through all of these loopholes and it somehow managed to succeed and create value?
Yes, I would say the final question is for all of our panelists. Can AI be Europe's main export?
Lars, would you like to give us just a quick, short yes or no, and why?
I think so, yes. First of all, I'm optimistic in nature, and we should never say, no, it's not possible. No, I think the prerequisites are there. Europe has everything. I think it's more a question of leadership, and that can be changed easy. I know that the process may be hard, but we should aim for much higher goals. I think we are far too transactional within the European Union. Maybe as last word, we shouldn't forget, no one thought that ever that an institutional setting like the European Union would ever come to place, right? It was a vision of so many different people, and now we have it. And we should learn from that and say we should set ambitious goal, and AI is one goal. And we shouldn't just use AI because it's sexy to use artificial intelligence. The benefits of using AI can be great, and that is why I really believe let's aim for really the goal to say we want to be on top, and we don't want to be on the third place or in the second place. And you mentioned, it's not very easy, but the time is there right now. We live in entrepreneurial times. Everything is changing. I know that a lot of people have doubts about that, and they fear the future. I'm always believing these are the most entrepreneurial times we have. We have money, we have the people, we have democracy, we have everything that we need to build something great, and we should actually do it.
Thank you. Ms. Sippinen.
Yes, I say absolutely. And 2 to 3 years ago, we were saying that our goal is for Europe to be the leading hub in AI. And I think our ambition levels are going up. Now we are already saying that we shouldn't just be the leading hub in AI, but we should be the leading hub in trustworthy as well as green AI. So, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Firina.
Yes, the answer is definitely yes. We do think that we can build this third way, the European way for AI, built on a human-centric approach, the respect of individual rights, the ethic, and it's the common AI for humanity. We call it in France, and we do believe that we can solve we can have more cooperation within the European Union. We have now the European coordinated plan. plan, we have also the guidelines on ethics, and I think we can develop the cooperation within member states, and that on common projects. And because we will develop the common projects, we will continue to build step by step this common approach. That is, for me, a signal we send to other regions like China and USA, because we are in Europe very different on our approach of AI. It's built on different values, and I think it can be an advantage in the global competition for AI. And I would say, let's continue to cooperate together. We are currently working with Germany on a call for project on the prediction of environmental, health, and economic crisis. It's a first step, but we will continue, France, to promote that approach of cooperation within the European Union and with the Commission.
Thank you.
And Mislav, do you have any final remarks? Please keep them short.
Yeah, of course. I think that Europe's time is actually coming, because next 5-10 years it will be about design in AI, and design in AI is actually how to incorporate AI in everyday's life in a way that it really benefits the human and humanity. And I think that our core values will be crucial there, and that can be an awesome exporting product that we can actually build. But I think it will all come down to taking more risk and understanding that trustworthy AI and taking risk, that's not two opposite things. And yeah, I'm super optimistic.
Thank you very much, Mislav. So it seems like the Croatian Daniel and Vanessa have come to an end. Maybe we should go back to the German Daniel and Vanessa and see if they're ready to wrap this up.
Well, thank you so much. We are the German part of Millie and Jan here. So thank you all and all the panelists for this.
And we make an awesome Croatian double.
Yeah, we definitely do that. And thanks to all of the panel for this lively discussion. It was really interesting to watch. And so the second European AI Forum is coming to an end. Jan, Millie, thank you very much for your participation, all your hard work you put into our paper and into, of course, this event. And thanks to the European Commission here in Berlin for being such a great host, for providing all this possibility of doing the second European AI Forum here.
And thanks, of course, also to all our great partner organizations, Jan and Millie from Crow AI, but also Gael from Hub France IA, our new friends from Bulgaria, Kaloyan, also from Slovenia, Mitya, and also lastly, AI Austria. Thank you, Clemens.
Yeah, that was really a great experience having new friends in our family. We want to thank all the panelists. Those who came from the EU Commission, all the entrepreneurs, all the from science, Mr. Floridi in Oxford, but also from all the national and regional governments. It was really great having you here and having a lively discussion about all the things concerning AI.
And we also want to thank our technical partner, PressLife, for making this possible today. Everything you've seen on your monitor wouldn't have been possible without you, so thank you very much for making this possible.
Yeah, if you want to do crazy remote sessions via all Europe, go to www.press-live.com, and there you will get very good technical support about that. And thanks, special thanks to Paris, to Julien. Merci beaucoup for all your help. Julien made all the website stuff and all the back office in Slack. We are very thankful for his participation.
And also, of course, to our team here in Germany, to our board who has contributed and supported us throughout these rocky months that we've been in since May. Thank you very much also to our members for the continued support. We're looking forward to rocking 2021 with you.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And the last thanks, of course, is to the audience. Thank you for participating. We had over 900 registrants there, and we hope you had an interesting time. Please enjoy the rewatch. It will be on YouTube quite a long time. And this is it. I would say happy Hanukkah to our Jewish friends. Happy festive days here in Europe. And thank you to all our new friends. And thank you, Vanessa. It was
thank you, Daniel.
Really a great time. And well, stay safe, stay healthy, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.